This conference will now be recorded.
Mayor, if you would like to open the meeting.
You're muted.
You're muted, Joanne.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Okay. It is now 8:36 a.m. Most of y'all look awake. We are going to open the meeting for budget envisioning workshop on March 20th, 21. Cynthia, this is your story.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate everybody's time today, and I know it is an investment of your time. So I do appreciate that. I know we sent you a lot of information, and this is basically the agenda today. We will be discussing, if you remember, we talked about council training last summer, and so we're going to take this opportunity to just do a little snapshot of some council training this morning before we get started. We'll review the comprehensive development plan, where we've been, what we've accomplished, and where we still need to go in terms of determining that budget that's coming up. We did have a survey. We do want to engage the public, and I am pleased at the amount of responses we had, so that was positive. We will then move into departmental priorities. Again, this is very high level. This is the first budget workshop, if you will, and it's probably a little bit different than we've done in the past, but hopefully it will be beneficial. We'll break for lunch, then we'll have look at the current budget, some potential budget scenarios, brainstorming, and financial implications. And then we'll have some discussion and feedback and direction from the council, because at the end of the day, that's really what we're looking for. We're really looking, staff is looking for some high-level direction on some different projects at the end of the day. So the purpose, again, is just to review that comprehensive development plan, the progress, accomplishments, confirm and prioritize the remaining and new priorities in preparation for that budget, and then for council to provide staff with some high-level direction on projects such as streets, facilities, and water, wastewater. So without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to make Carvin the presenter, and we will move into roles and responsibilities. So Carvin, you should have control of the screen at this point.
I'm not sure if I do or not.
Well, I see your screen.
Yeah, I see it too. I don't have any controls here. Sorry, let's see. Where is the presentation?
Well, is it at the bottom? The next one, no, the one over, it looks like a PDF. Is that it? No, I guess not, that's not it.
Nope. Let me see if I can get back out of that.
Just close it out. Just exit out there at the top.
Nope, that would have me leaving the meeting, so I don't want to do that. Well, let's see if I can find it here. Sorry, guys. Should have practiced a little bit more.
Well, if you like,
Maybe you better run it, because I can't seem to find it on my screen.
Okay, so Okay, can you see that?
I can see it. I can see it. So we can go on to the next slide. That's the first slide.
Okay.
Can the council see it? Can you guys see it? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Everybody's muted, which is good. I mean, this is going to be a very, very high level, simplified view. Obviously, basically, we have sort of three moving parts in our city. We have the mayor council, we have administration. At the most simplest level, you have the council and the mayor providing the vision, the goals, they make policy for the city. Administration implements those policies and they manage the day-to-day operations. So your administration is going to be Cynthia and everybody under her supervision. I always want to back up just a little bit and remind you that the city basically under Texas law is called a municipal corporation. So for those of you that are a little bit familiar with corporations, familiar with the roles of shareholders, boards of directors, CEOs, that's generally the same kind of structure that we have as a municipal corporation. There are going to be roles and there's separations of those roles as to which function each organization, each part of the organization does. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Obviously, part of the goal is to have clear communication on the part of the city and to avoid duplication of effort. Let's show this next slide, although I'm not going to spend I think you skipped one there. There we go. The only reason my associate to put this slide presentation together, he likes this quote, so I left it in there, but I did want to mention to you just a little bit of a concept. We lawyers take it for granted because we deal with it all the time, but I'm not sure everybody else does recognize this. The city itself is a legal entity under law, under Texas law. That means it has rights, it has duties and responsibilities. Those rights and duties are separate from the council, they're separate from the mayor, they're separate from the citizens. The city itself has, you could almost call it immortality. In other words, it lives. For most of our personal rights as individuals, those rights end when we die. They come into being when we're born, they end when we die. A city, however, is immortal. It basically continues as long as it lasts until it's dissolved by some action of either the legislature or the body itself. So it continues, and there's always then that dilemma. How does it continue from generation to generation, from administration to administration? That's why we have councils, that's why we have mayors, because obviously the entity itself can't speak, it can't act. The council and the mayor are the arms, legs, and brains of the entity known as the city. And just one other side note while I'm on that slide, as the city attorney, I represent the entity. I represent the entity of the city. I do not represent the mayor. I do not represent any of the employees. I do not represent the council members. I represent that legal entity known as the city of Rome. Next slide. Now, as I mentioned just a little bit, there's a little bit of reason to break up those roles. One is the continuity of policy. The city needs to have policy, it needs to have purpose. You want to have efficient government. You want the city to be able to respond. You want the city to be able to make decisions. It's hard for a corporate entity to make decisions. And as an entity, it's even harder for it to communicate. The only way it can communicate is through the people that make it up, through the council, through the mayor, through the administration. Let's go on to the next one. Now I've broken this up just again. The object is to keep this at a high level. The board of directors for a corporation generally runs the corporation. So the role of the council is akin to a board of directors. You're not exactly a board of directors, but you're akin. Your responsibility for the finances, you're the financier of the organization, you're the employer of the organization, you're going to be responsible for the purchases, and you're going to be the policymakers of the organization. We'll break those down into individual slides. So next slide. As the financier of the city, you're going to levy taxes, you're going to assess fees, you're going to do the charges, you're going to sell bonds if you need to. You're basically in charge of financing the operation of government. You're going to develop the annual budget, you're going to eventually approve that budget, and you're going to be responsible under Texas law for being transparent in those actions and making them visible so that people can follow and know what's going on with the money. At the end of the day, you're essentially trustees for the taxes of the taxpayers of the city. Next slide. You're also going to be the employer. So that means you're going to be responsible for setting compensation for the staff. You're going to be responsible for providing a safe working condition for all employees. You're also going to be responsible for making sure that we comply with requirements of law. In other words, EEOC laws, Civil Rights Act, those kinds of things. As a buyer, you're going to be responsible for making large purchases. You're going to be responsible for complying with procurement rules, managing bids. As you know, we have to put out purchases over $50,000 out for public bidding. Again, you're responsible for the taxpayer dollars. That's one way of making it visible to the public. Under Texas law, you're also responsible for getting the best value for your dollar. So you're going to make some assessments. It doesn't always mean you have to buy or get the cheapest product, but what you are responsible for doing is trying to get the best value for that dollar when you're spending the city's money. Now, as policymaker, you're going to be responsible for identifying the needs of the citizens and formulating a plan to meet those needs. Today is a classic example of one way of doing that. It's going to require you guys to work together. It's going to require you to sit and visit, look forward, look back a little bit, primarily try and develop a vision for the city so that you can give that direction to the staff so that they can then take action and apply that to their daily activities. Obviously, the goals of the city should be clear. I'm going to skip on to the next slide then. The next part of it is the role of the mayor. The mayor has statutory duties. She has duties under the ordinances of the city. The mayor serves as the presiding officer. She's also the head of the emergency management for our city, unless that's delegated. Right now, that is in the mayor's office. She has signatory powers and ceremonial duties. Just a little bit of history for those of you that are not native to Texas or didn't get your dose of 4th and 7th grade Texas history. Our history is very much tied back to our Constitution of 1876. If you know a little bit of your history, in 1876, the framers of that Constitution very much disliked central power. They had obviously just finished Reconstruction. They had fought a civil war. When they approved that Constitution of 1876, they did pretty much everything they could to dilute power of any central authority. So they spread it out. Our Texas governor, by example, is one of the weakest governors in terms of official power. Most of the power under our form of government in Texas lies with the legislative body. That's where they gave all the power under our Constitution. And that philosophy sort of permeates everything that we do in Texas law and Texas government. So again, we have a CEO as a mayor, but very few real powers are delegated to the mayor. Most of the power ends up going to the legislative body or the city council. Now, in our case, the mayor does have appointed power, so we can go to the next slide. I'll talk a little bit about that. Well, let me back up and go over the presiding officers. The mayor presides over city council meetings. Obviously, it facilitates communication. You're going to recognize the members. When we're having meetings, we should wait for the mayor to recognize the speaker. And then when that person stops, then the mayor should be able to recognize the next person. If there is a procedural question, the mayor is the one that makes that ruling. Generally, she's going to rely on me as the city attorney to give her some advice on it, but ultimately the mayor is going to rule on that question of procedure. Again, the mayor is going to share responsibility for identifying public issues and determine effectiveness of the city services. In our case, the mayor may veto ordinances, and that veto can be overridden by a majority vote. In our case, majority is 3. Next slide. We just recently had some experience with emergency management. In our ordinances, the mayor is the in charge of emergency management in our city. That can be delegated. In this case, I'm not aware that it has been delegated. And if we had a riot or something like that, the mayor is the one that would be in charge of calling for assistance, including the Texas National Guard. The mayor is generally the one that should be communicating with the public. She is the public face of the city, and the mayor is the one that signs and issues the proclamations of the city. I mentioned earlier, the mayor has appointed power, appoints the city officers. It's very much like you're probably familiar with our Supreme Court in the federal system, where the president nominates or appoints a Supreme Court justice and then the Senate confirms. Well, that's essentially how the model that we have in the city of Rome. The mayor appoints and then the council confirms. And it's a simple majority vote. And then in our case, we have a city administrator. City administrator is charged with the management day-to-day operations of the city.
Carvin?
Yes, sir.
Before you go on to city administrator, would you go back to slide 14, please?
If Cynthia can get me back there.
Thank you. The communication with the public. That communication with the public, I'm thinking that is governed by the phrase, forgive me, the mayor shall perform the duties. No, let me find the right phrase. The mayor at all times actively ensure that the laws and ordinances of the municipality are properly carried out. So when communicating with the public, it is the mayor's responsibility to communicate the policies as established by the council, not conflicting policies and not conflicting communication, correct?
That is correct. The city council ultimately makes the policy for the city by a majority vote. And the only way a policy can be established is by the council's action at a duly called meeting where you have a majority vote. So that is the policy of the city, and then the mayor is obliged to communicate that policy on behalf of the city.
Thank you very much.
While you're asking, well, that did make me think. I'll just take this opportunity to remind all of you, as a city council person, you don't really have any individual power over the operation of the city. The city is managed by the corporate body of the city council. And the city council, of course, only acts by majority vote. So any individual council member doesn't particularly have any power. You're not like a county administrator who might have a precinct, who they're in charge of a precinct. In our city, you're not individually responsible for actions. It's only as a member of the group, of the corporate body made up of the council, that you have any real authority and responsibility. So when you're out and about speaking, as all of you do occasionally do, you should make sure you're speaking on behalf of yourself. When you speak to a group, you're offering your opinions, but you generally, unless the council has taken a position by majority vote, you don't speak for the council until the council has actually taken a position on a policy.
So along those lines, anytime any member of the council or the mayor makes a statement that is in conflict with what an official vote is, right, and what the city council has decided, then they need some kind of a disclaimer saying that they are not representing the views of the city?
I can't say that it's required by law that they need it, But yes, they should probably make a point of saying, or any of you should make a point of saying, this is my opinion. If you're in the minority position on a vote, you can certainly say, I oppose that. I was against that. I didn't like that vote. But nevertheless, it is the policy of the city. So if someone asks you what is the policy of the city, you're going to have to reflect what was the opinion of the majority. You do not, of course, give up your right to express your own opinion about the particular matter.
Thank you.
Marvin, I have a question regarding that. So since on social media, for like council members, should they engage with like the public and for like for instance, if the city administrator that holds the account for the city, should a council member rewrite what the rewrite what the city, for instance.
Ashley, you're fading in and out on me just a little bit.
Sorry, let me move closer.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so for instance, Cynthia, who runs the city Facebook page, should a council member rewrite what is posted on the page, on their page and on another page? And for instance, is that allowed? Or
Well,
do you
to my
think it
knowledge,
should only come, or she think it should only be the mayor and this city administrator who should post and carry out the duties for the city on the social medias and the views of the city?
well, you've got me a little bit flat-footed. I haven't looked at it, and I don't think right now the council has adopted any kind of policy or procedure regarding social media. So
Okay.
that would be something the council could adopt and could impose some kind of rules or restrictions. The simplest thing is anytime any of you as council members, if you post something on the city's official website, you should probably make sure it indicates that it's from you as a council member, and not again, you're not authorized to speak on behalf of the whole city unless the council gave you that authorization. The mayor, on the other hand, does have the authority to speak on behalf of the city. But again, the mayor has to reflect the policy of the city. Unless she disagrees with that policy, she has a right to do that. But then in that case, she needs to speak in her own capacity and just say, this is my opinion on this issue, and I disagree with what the council has adopted or something along those lines.
But she
Carmen,
has the right.
As a point, just so you know, I mean, the council has directed me to develop a social media policy, so I will be bringing that back to the council.
Okay. Yeah, some cities have that. That's a real tough area of the law because, of course, we've got the First Amendment concerns, and everybody that you don't give up your First Amendment rights, but they are somewhat restricted when you're acting in your official capacity. Let me knock out this last slide here. This is the professional
Yes, sir.
operations of the city. There's sort of a sliding scale as we move in Texas government. The smaller cities, they don't have resources, they don't have professional staff. Oftentimes, the only staff that they will have will be those that are required by law, which in most cases would be a city secretary, and that city secretary ends up performing all of the duties of anything that's needed in town. As a town grows and as it gets bigger and it has more resources, the city or town will start hiring professional staff. So in our case, we've moved up, we have professional staff, and the idea, of course, is to free the policymakers, the council and the mayor, up from the day-to-day operations and allow that professional staff to manage the day-to-day operations, obviously under the direction of the council and the mayor. So that's what we have in the city of Rome. Is we have a city administrator who is charged with the day-to-day operations of the city, and she's going to provide the direction and the day-to-day direction of the employees and staff of the organization, and she's charged with implementing the policies that the council has adopted. Okay, one more. Just some more implement policies. Going to be daily management of department heads. Going to be in charge of HR. Again, as the city gets bigger and bigger, you're going to start hiring more of these functions. But again, the city administrator will ultimately be responsible for them. Obviously has regular reporting duties to the council and the mayor, and then the council can delegate additional duties as you see fit. Again, it's basically designed as a system of checks and balances. Our forefathers, when they were drafting up the Constitution and then the laws that govern, were very suspicious of government in general. They've designed it to check itself, to control itself. It is not easy to accomplish projects sometimes if there is not total unanimous agreement across the board, and that was by intent. The designers of our government wanted the folks who were in charge to reach agreement, to work with each other, and it is hard when you don't have complete consensus to get things through. And no real apologies. I mean, that's the way it's designed, to make the council, the mayor, the administrator all work together, watch over each other's shoulders, and spend the taxpayers' dollars in an efficient and proper manner. I think that's it. Cynthia, I think I've already gone over time. Let me give it back to you. And obviously, okay, I'm available, guys, if you have any other questions. Most of this material can be found in what's called the Handbook for Mayors and City Council Members. It's put out by the Texas Municipal League. You can go to their website and you can pull down that information. Their version is about 100 pages long, so I tried to shorten it down just a little bit.
Thank you, Carp.
Thank you, Carter. Yes.
Appreciate it. Okay. So moving on, I know we're going to try to keep this going. We do have a schedule. So again, the purpose of today is just to review that comprehensive development plan, progress, accomplishments, confirm the priorities in preparation for the next budget, and get some feedback and direction from the council members for staff. When you look at our, I guess it was 2018, 2019, you all started looking at visioning and planning for the future, and you conducted a comprehensive development plan and got community engagement, and this is the vision that you all came up with in partnership with the citizens here in Rome, and is to be a safe, friendly community, proud of its attractive small town character, and actively seeking to serve people of all ages, backgrounds, and economic means with responsive, transparent governance. The City of Rome will offer a wide variety of quality commercial and retail services, as well as a variety of inviting parks, trails, and community gathering spots, together making Rome a wonderful place to live, work, and play. So my question, and just think in your mind, you don't have to answer right now, but if someone is looking at our vision statement, what do you think it would tell them about our core values? So just think on that question for a minute. And I know most of us know this, but sometimes they can get confusing. So what's the difference between a vision statement, a mission statement, and core values? Well, the vision statement basically describes what the organization will become. The mission statement describes what it will do to get there. So how will it get there? And then the core values define what the organization believes in and the expected behavior of how they want people in the organization to treat each other and those they serve. It guides decision making and generally is reflective of the vision statement. So many cities do have core values that they've identified. I'm just showing you a few here. We've got Decatur in ISD here, commitment to excellence, community, high expectations, opportunities, relationships, You see some down here. Our core values are professionalism, accountability, integrity, and respect. And then over to the right, the left, you have community, service, leadership, innovation, professionalism, integrity, and fiscal responsibility. So coming back to ours, I made a word cloud and just highlighted some of the core, what I thought was being reflected in that vision statement. So what you see in that vision statement are service, cohesive community, friendly, quality, diversity, security, and transparency. So just think about, are those reflective of the core values of the city of Rome? Is that something that we need to maybe narrow down and try to hone in on those? Just think about that as we go through this entire process. So again, we're going to review what we've done, and we're going to look to the future. Sometimes we can get, when you're in the daily grind of what you're doing, you can lose sight of what we've actually accomplished. And I can tell you, obviously, I've been here for a year now, but I think, you know, from a newcomer's perspective, I think the council has done a great job of visioning and planning for the future, but at the same time, they've actually accomplished quite a bit. So we're going to talk about a little bit of that. Of course, an essential part of visioning and looking at what we're doing is really to identify the strengths of our organization, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats. And I know we all know this, and this is just a review. This was what you all identified. And I think, you know, in many instances, these are still applicable. So the strengths are essentially our location, the small town feel, the school district, Main Street, community, the city council, experienced staff. The weaknesses are underlying interest, lack of funding, playing catch up, disconnected neighborhoods, lack of employment opportunities, which of course speaks to economic development, and no community gathering places, and a lack of things to do. Some of the opportunities are the fast growth area, the improved access, that we do have valuable retail space. We've got right staff and skill sets. We've got the historical fabric, small enough and potential for volunteerism, and opportunity to decide our density and the development potential to grow. Some of the threats could be apathy, fear of change, division, safety issues, highways. They can be a curse and a blessing, right? The growth competition and funding. So now let's just kind of move into, okay, what have we actually accomplished with everything you identified as needs? What have we actually accomplished? And actually, it's pretty impressive what the council has been able to do over the last 2 to 3 years. So from the admin side, increased communication channels. You guys wanted an updated website. We've created a YouTube channel and use of videos in our effort to communicate with the residents, and increasing the use of social media in our Facebook site, just to give information and to drive people. The purpose of social media for an organization is really to drive people to that website, where hopefully you have more robust information. We are bringing back the newsletter. We're looking at a quarterly basis, but one of the things we're really looking at is encouraging people to sign up for an email distribution list, because that will save the city money and will allow us to communicate directly with them on a regular basis. Increased efficiencies and streamlined services, implemented and refined the new financial software, implementation of improved codification services, implementation of permitting and code software, inventory restructure of off-site storage to allow for records management. Made quite a bit of progress there. Streamlining several internal processes and cost savings. New telephones, we've got fiber now, and the regular staff training and professional development. Economic development, you guys have recognized that we need to update our codes. There's many that are out of alignment, that are inconsistent and conflicting. So we've done quite a bit of work there. The P&Z has done quite a bit of work as well. Of course, that is ongoing. There's been an increase of communication with the businesses. And if you will remember, last year we the Mayor Pro Tem initiated the business focus groups, and we had quite a bit of conversation with our businesses at that time, but then COVID kind of took over, and that got a little bit sidelined, but I think businesses are still really looking forward to how we're going to move forward and really promote economic development. The police department accomplishments, we've got new computers in the office and the cars, we've got new tasers, and we've got new graphics for our police cars. Fire and EMS, they've updated their bylaws and SOP policies. Fire prevention has increased with inspection, education, fire alarms, and assessments. The bunker gear maintenance program, the remodeling of the bunk room, relocation of the apparatus bay gas heaters, part-time shift scheduling, the self-contained breathing apparatus, cascade breathing air system, the commercial extractor, periodic cleaning after major incidents, and the 10-year bunker gear replacement plan per the NFPA. So quite a bit. Public Works, again, quite a bit. The Water Master Plan, the Wastewater Master Plan, the impact fee study and implementation, as you know, that happened last year, and those impact fees are now in effect. That became in effect March 10th, I believe, of this year. The Master Thoroughfare Plan, installation of the new Badger meters, the water, and I don't have it on here, but also the water source study and the water rate study is ongoing. Parks and Recreation accomplishments. You know, it looks like the Parks Master Plan, there's one thing there, but that was a huge accomplishment for the Parks Board. And not only, you know, did it happen over several months with our consultant, but, you know, they really had to pivot because that was ongoing during COVID, during the height of COVID, if you will. So we really had to pivot, especially as it concerned public engagement. So they pivoted and they conducted focus groups in each of the neighborhoods and got very valuable feedback on that. And now we have a Parks Master Plan, and they're beginning to, they've moved forward. The council's accepted it, and they've moved forward with recommendations of moving forward with the Biowell Park, which we'll hear more about. So at this point, I'm going to move in. You know, we had public engagement with the initial comprehensive development plan, and so what we want to do is just continue to engage the public and get feedback from them and what's important to them and how they want to see the city moving forward. And so we had pretty good feedback. The public engagement, the survey was open for more than 5 weeks. Of course, we had some hiccup there with things, not sure if they were going to be opening up and having to reschedule this. So we got a couple more weeks in there, and we did get additional feedback. So we got a 7% response rate, which is really good. 10% is phenomenal. So anywhere between 5 and 10 is very good. And this can serve as the benchmark for future surveys. So we can see, as a scorecard to see how we're doing. So when you look at that, I mean, who were the people that completed that survey? Most of them, obviously over 90%, live in Rome. Some of them own a business. Some of them work in Rome. Many of them, over the majority of them, actually own a residence. Some of them own commercial as well. So they have a vested interest in what happens in Rome. We just got some demographic information. And it really, if you look at what our demographics are, it pretty much aligns with that. And this response, how many children by age currently live in the household? I would say, 80% of those that responded have children under 14 years old. So that's kind of the demographic you're looking at. So in terms of trying to find out how they want information, where they go for information from the city, we want to find out what they're likely to use so that we can try to use those sources. So the green is likely and the blue is unlikely. So the City of Rome Facebook and the City of Rome website scored well, so that is good. Wise County Messenger, so the newspaper, email is likely, and again, the more we can get people's email address, the more we can create an e-distribution list and begin to really communicate directly with our residents. The newsletter is a mixed bag there. Some would use it, some may not. So when you look at this, please indicate your level of satisfaction with the quality of life in Rome. Well, over the majority, are satisfied is how you would look at that, but we still have some room to grow. So we still have things that we can do to improve the quality of life here in Rome, and most cities do. It's probably a never-ending journey. So which of the following best describes changes in Rome over the last several years? Most people, scored average and above average would be the majority, although you do see the below average there. So again, it just shows that we have room to grow, and hopefully if we do this, 6 months down the road and we continue to make progress on some of these issues and items that are important to people, we can continue to increase those scores. So now we're looking at specific feedback on infrastructure. So you can see, again, the green is, it starts with the dissatisfied, the blue is somewhat satisfied, the yellow is neutral, the light blue is somewhat satisfied, and the orange coral color there is very satisfied. So the way I read these charts, and of course interpretation is somewhat subjective, but the way I read these charts is that, we need to improve our water, wastewater. And we need to improve our streets. We need to improve our city facilities. Parks and rec, it's kind of a mixed bag. People are more satisfied with our parks, but we can still make progress on those. Traffic and mobility, in general, people are satisfied with that. And then the drainage and flooding, again, generally there's some work to be done, but generally they're satisfied. And this is indicating the level of satisfaction with city services. Again, you look at animal control, many are neutral, but it's kind of a mixed bag there. You look at code compliance, we can see some improvements are needed and desired. Economic development, many want to see more economic development. Inspections and permitting, See a lot of people are neutral with that, but there's some room for improvement. We have improved. I think getting that code, the permitting and code software is helping internally for sure, helping us manage that. Planning for the future, still there's desire to continue planning and implementing those plans for the future. Public safety, we see a lot of support for public safety, our first responders and our police department. So that's a positive. And then serving in the community, we see that many are satisfied in that area. So then we had some short answers that we were looking for. We got quite a bit, and what we went through is really going through that list and just trying to identify. There was a lot of similarities in what people were saying. So we really kind of narrowed it down and honed it down, and this is what you see here. So again, the top, it's probably not too much of a surprise, but the top two biggest assets or strengths are, you know, the small town and our location, council and staff, and that there is room for growth.
Cynthia,
Yes.
are those three items sorted as in small town and location were first and room for growth was third, or is this just
No,
randomly put up there?
they were not prioritized. They were
Thank you.
not prioritized. So list the top two weaknesses or areas for improvement. Water, of course, we saw that in the graphs. Roads and drainage, the negativity, code enforcement, and economic development. And I think that was really displayed in the graphs that we saw as well. Excuse me. Okay, and then one or two opportunities to pursue over the next several years. So again, where should our focus be? Well, it should be on roads and drainage, economic development, downtown area, facilities. Look for ways to bring unity and curbside recycling. And list one or two challenges and threats. What can affect us negatively if we don't take care of it? And the growth, you see the growth. So there's a mixed bag on some people want to see more growth and recognize that growth is coming. Some people want to maintain that small town feel. I think the outcome, the uptake to that, the upshot is that we just need to manage that growth. And take the time to address it and take care of it as it comes and plan for it rather than let it overtake us. Addressing our infrastructure, and that's, you know, again, comes down to the road, water, and wastewater, and the negativity. Whoops. Okay. And that wraps up the survey. If there's not any questions, I'm just going to keep moving on so we can. Is there any questions? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Okay, so this is just a snapshot. What I asked was for the department heads just to kind of summarize their top priorities. And again, I just for the expectation, today is very high level. So we're kind of narrowing down some of those top priorities. We didn't bring a budget to you at this point. We don't have preliminary numbers yet. We should get those April 30th, and that's when we'll bring the actual projected proposed budget to you, well, sometime after that. So, but right now, each department was asked to kind of identify their top priorities and their pressing needs. So from a city admin side, really looking at AV equipment for recordings and live streaming council meetings. When we do begin in-person meetings, of course, meeting virtually has been challenging, I know, for for many people. But one of the benefits is that we have been able to record those meetings and post those meetings, and people can see those meetings from the comfort of their home. But I know a lot of people miss being together. So I think when we do go live, we'll want to continue being able to take advantage of recording and live streaming those. Economic development is a priority. So we're looking at the strategic plan and developing policy. This is not for this year, but hiring a building and code compliance official, that will be coming down the pike. I think probably the next budget year is what we're projecting at the admin side. So municipal court priorities are the court security system, and again, the AV equipment and their facility needs. So a larger space to accommodate 70+ people that show up for court when we do start, again, meeting in person, and municipal court judge bench as well. Code compliance priorities, as we begin to look at, substandard buildings and how we address those. One of the things we have to prepare for would be if we got to the step of property abatement, which is kind of that final conclusion once we go through the steps. We would have to abate, we'd have to have that initial upfront money to actually, if you will, tear down a structure, and then, it ends up being a lien on that property. And so potentially we could get reimbursed, but we would have to have that upfront money to actually do that demolition of any that went through to that end result of the substandard properties.
Cynthia?
Yes.
Go back a slide. Yes. Property abatement, $10,000. And I realize this is just a swag, okay?
Yeah.
Can you explain property abatement? I mean, is the definition of property abatement the demolition of existing structures? Is that what that means?
Yes, it does. It's the demolition. So once a building is identified, so I'm going to use one that everybody knows about. We started to take that route several years ago, and I haven't pieced together exactly what happened. I think all the I's and T's didn't appear to be dotted at that point. There's very specific law that applies to how you address substandard buildings. So as you go through that, you go through the notification. At the end of it, you can demolish that property if that property owner doesn't do anything, and then put a lien on the property, and that property owner would then be responsible for that. So yes, that's exactly what that is for the demolition of a substandard building.
Thank you.
So moving on to the police department, we are looking at the evidence management software, and Sergeant Brody Brown will be getting into that a little bit later, and then replacing current radios in car and portables with new, and allowing for fire channel frequency and interoperability. The fire and EMS priorities are the facilities, updating the shower and bathroom facilities, updating the sleeping quarters. The capital item would be a brush truck and staffing 2 firefighters and EMS per shift, and then increasing the fire prevention and inspections. And then the public works, water, sewer priorities, the equipment priorities would be a backhoe and a dump truck and a 3/4 truck extended cab. We've got a project that has been identified. We've been talking about part of that project. I would say complementary is under consideration for the grant through the community development block program that we will be applying for, and we're working with GrantWorks on that, and we will go more into this, but this is the West wastewater treatment plant rehab and the associated items that go with that. So Sean will be going into more detail about that. On the streets, you're going to hear more on this as well. The equipment, this is if, you know, he's going to be sharing with you two options for how we address streets. And essentially it's contracting out, but also phasing in and developing an actual street department. So these needs would be associated if that's the direction that council wanted to go of developing a actual street department. And then Parks and Rec priorities, you know, as you know, they've indicated they want to begin with the Bywell Neighborhood Park, and then we've got some equipment needs for taking care of the parks. So at this point, we're going to, I think we've got us up to speed here. We're going to go on to departmental priorities and presentations. And is Brody online?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up. Can you see that, Brody?
Yes.
I'll let you take over.
Okay. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare this, so it's kind of not very inclusive. The things we've done in the last budget year, new computers in the office and cars. We upgraded to Windows 10, which gets us in CJIS compliance. We got the new tasers, which increases our officer safety. The old one we've had for, I don't know, probably 8 or 9 years. We switched the graphics on the cars, which is still ongoing. It's a more appealing look. It shows the city of Rome on the side of the car better, so you can see, you know, more of a branding for the city. And then the city upgraded all of the internet to fiber optics for internet and telephone. Some of the priorities we want to work on, we need new evidence management software and the hardware that goes with that. We don't have anything right now at all, so we want to get the software first, and then we can organize and audit our property room, which is one of the most important things that needs to be done immediately. We need to purchase new radios, so we can, obviously our radios we have now are approximately 8 years old. They're all failing. Officers are purchasing personal radios off eBay and stuff like that. So we want to get something better so we can provide them with tools they need to safely work. And also so we can be interoperable with the fire department and use their channel with them so we can talk on our way to scenes and at scenes without using the county's channels. Looking at possibility of leasing cars instead of purchasing to save money up front and maybe free up the budget a little bit, and then looking into improving animal control services. The evidence management software, this is an estimated cost of $3,000 per year, and that includes hardware warranty for the life of the contract. If anything breaks or fails, they'll send you a new one or fix it. It helps us better manage the property room. So whenever an officer puts something in, all they have to do is go to the computer, put it in, log it, and then it gets a barcode. So whenever the property manager goes to remove it from the locker it's placed in, they can scan it out, scan it into the evidence room, and then when it needs to go to the lab for testing, they can scan it out, scan it in, go to the prosecutor, scan it out, scan it in. It just makes the chain of custody a lot more secure. To my knowledge, the property and evidence room hasn't ever been organized or audited, at least in the last 10 years, possibly 11, because before I started in 2011, I was told it had never been organized or audited. Several different changes in chiefs and command staff at the department, so it would be very important to get that done as soon as possible. Just looking at some of the contract companies that will come out and audit you, it's roughly, estimated at $1,800. I've talked to the DA's office and they can help us out with that as well. Now we need new radios. Like I said, officers are buying their own off eBay, which is not the ideal situation. You'd rather have city issued radios that way, and new obviously, instead of the 8 to 10-year-old radios we have. None of them are under warranty, so if an officer gets in, drops one or gets one damaged during a, scuffle with someone on the side of the road or something like that, we would be out of radio, and the officer would be out in his own pocket the radio. So that's very important on our list, as well as being able to be interoperable with the fire department so we can talk with them on the way to calls. And a lot of the time we're on the scene first for crashes and things of that nature, so we can give them a size up so they know what they probably need to bring to the scene or what they don't need to bring to the scene. Leasing versus purchasing. Chief Love and I talked about this a little bit, and it's just something we were looking into. We don't really know if it's feasible or not. Just it would free up the budget a little bit and still get us what we need, but we just don't know a whole lot about the mileage limits and all that stuff. And another good thing about leasing is it's a guaranteed budget line item every year. You know what you're going to spend. It's not going to differentiate. And animal control, I know we have a problem with the cats is the main problem that we are dealing with. We do have a little problem with dogs every once in a while, but I reached out to the North Texas Animal Control. I can't remember what their company name was in Roanoke. When I first started here, that's who we used. His name was Kerry. So I reached out to him just to get an idea of what he would charge, and he gave us a $12,000 per year contract, which obviously I'm not sure what the details of the contract would be. He just kind of gave me an idea. But right now we have like a lot of stray cat calls, and people are trapping them and calling us about them. But unfortunately, Wise County Animal Control is not taking cats, so we're having to look at other options. Also, with the dogs and things of that nature, officers aren't trained animal control officers. I mean, it's not hard to pick up a dog, obviously, but if an officer gets bit or officer unfortunately has to shoot a dog or something like that or injure one. Mr. Easton, do you have something?
Yes, sir. Thank you. On the animal control, I know that we have an ordinance limiting the number of how many pets that a house can have. And I was thinking of this in terms of code compliance. Before we start like the catch release program, and if we start just picking up animals, has there been any discussion about maybe using code compliance and citing people about how many animals they have and the such? Because to identify, if we see that somebody has, say, 20, if we see 20 cats in a general area, identify, are those feral cats or are those someone's pets? And should they be cited because they're pets?
Maybe, Mr. Easton, I just want to step on this because, with the code compliance, I know in the past we have worked with Chief on this, and we have met with people who we thought they had cats, but they're not their cats they claimed. They're feral cats. And apparently we do have somebody that lives near our neighborhood or near our town that we have not been able to identify who it is, but feeds cats in different areas throughout the city. That causes the problem. But when we went to individual houses that we thought they were her cats, she said no, she's been trying to catch them herself and give them and then send them to shelters. But most of them are feral cats that are supported by an individual that likes to feed the cats in different locations throughout the city.
So, okay, never mind. I'm not going to go into the details. I apologize. Please continue, Sergeant Brown.
So like I said, the officers aren't trained to be animal control officers. We don't have the proper equipment or the proper sheltering area. So if somebody calls in on Saturday afternoon and says they have a stray dog on their property. If an officer goes out and catches it, we really have nowhere to take it in the cold and hot, months. So behind the fire station, or I guess between Public Works and the fire station, there is a little kennel area, but it's really unprotected. There's we don't have any food on hand that I know of. And I don't feel like it would be the best thing to do to place animals in a inhumane area as I see that as. And that's all I have.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Sergeant Brown right now before we move on?
I do have one. Sergeant Brown, did you list those in priority order of what you believe are the most important things we need to accomplish?
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brody, for everything. I know that was short notice for you to put together, and thank you for being our interim, and look forward to working with you. And answers to Sam, I don't think it's for our police to issue tickets right now. They have their hands full. Not for the cat population.
So one thing I would interject on the animal control is what we have done. We talked about at the city, we do require pets to be registered. And so for the last several months, we, as people are signing up for water, we are also giving them that information to register their pets when they sign up for water. So we're trying to increase that registration because that's been part of the challenge as well. So we're still working on that, but that's what we're doing at the city admin side. Okay. If there's no other questions, I'm going to move on. Chief Fitch.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So can you see your slides here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I know you have several, so you just tell me when you want me to advance them.
Okay. Basically, council, mayor, the main thing at the beginning is going to just be a quick overview. Many of y'all have seen this in the annual report, but I also wanted to kind of bring it up again in case we need to reference anything. Plus, to let you know that some of the information you see in here, we're looking at updating the city website, so it'll reflect this information on the website. And then we're actually looking at putting a copy of the annual report on the website as well. To go ahead and get started, you can see the mission statement we have, and then our core values: duty, honor, compassion, service. Next slide. A little rundown of our organization on how we run the chain of command and who's in each position. Next slide. This just talks a little bit about the station. Some of the dates we're still trying to do research on, but the initial school was in the 1929 range. We're thinking the gym was in the 50 to 60 year range. Not real sure on that. We're still trying to research some of that. Next slide. This is just a quick rundown on roughly that we cover about 50 square miles for the city and the county. We cover about 17 miles of highway, counting Highway 114 and Highway 287. And this just gives a little rundown on the area we cover. Next slide. Our calls for service, last year we were at 658. This gives a little bit of a breakdown on some of the type calls. You've probably recognized some of the titles on here because that's what we turn into the city council meetings for the council report. Calls by the month, there's really no rhyme or reason. You can see that there's a lot of changes each time by calls by the month, and on the next slide, calls by day or calls by week. There's really no rhyme or reason, no particular thing that we can map out data wise and tell you how many calls we're going to make. Calls by time of the day. This is one of the things that's going to be based off of one of the priorities you'll see later in the slide. But you can see that our main concentration of calls are going to be in that 8 to 8 range, 8 in the morning till 8 p.m. range. And that's one of the things we'll talk about here a little bit later. And then this is a little bit of the times on city limits and county as far as average travel, average turnout time. Turnout time would be us getting to the station and getting our gear and everything on, and then the average response is the time we got in the truck to when we got to the call. Some of the numbers you see on the city aspect of it, when you see an average response of 7 minutes, you have to keep in mind that some of our city limits are pretty far spread out. So some of those numbers can get a little higher than originally planned. Hang on, I'm having seizures with the PowerPoint going back and forth there. But if you'll notice, if we could go back to calls for service. Okay. If you notice down there where it says average turnout time, city limits, you got fire 314. You're putting on a lot more gear, so your time's up a little bit on that. And then EMS rescue shows 1 minute and 59. One of the things that's our priority that we'll talk about here in a little bit is having people at the station on call at the station, because those numbers will really drop. And that's what you're really pushing for, is a quicker turnout, especially when, like I just discussed, that you have a city limits that are kind of sporadic and spread out. It'll cause a longer response time. So the quicker we can get out of the station, that just makes it a lot easier. And then also you'll see the county, you have an average response of 12 minutes and 10 minutes. Some of that's assisting east-wise all the way up towards Decatur and things like that. So there's a wide coverage there. We actually had a huge fire one year that just about every city in the county went to Salt Creek, and for us that was a 32-minute response time. So those do factor into our averages. So some of those averages can be a little bit inflated. Next slide. And this kind of shows the breakdown. Last year wasn't really following the trend. Usually the trend is that we run a little bit more county than city. Last year you can see that there was a bigger hit in the county. Next slide. Personnel. Last year we did 6,800 man hours in personnel. To kind of give you an idea of what we're doing this year already, in February alone we did 2,000 man hours just in the month of February. So we're on pace to shatter the last year's man hours. This gives you an idea of the volunteer shift hours. Out of district members are required to work so many shift hours per month, and that reflects that. Paid shift hours, we started in October paying one person Wednesday through Sunday, so those hours reflected there. Maintenance and project hours, 856, and then weather watch hours, 95. And that's working with county, but being also the emergency management side of it. When storms come in, for example, the storm that came in the other night, I actually came up to the station from about 3:30 till about 5:30, waiting on the storms to come through in case we needed to send out any alerts or anything. Next slide. Apparatus just talks about the different apparatus and what our call volume is.
Fitch?
If you look, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Fitch, would you go back a slide, please?
Yes.
I was looking at the paid shift hours that began in October 2020.
Yes.
I am taking that number and I'm comparing it to, and it's a few slides before, it talks about response time. Have you observed a reduction in response time with the increase in paid shift hours?
Yes, we have. There hasn't been it's not where we want it to be, to the fact that it's only one paid person, so they still have to wait on somebody for certain calls. So example, if we have a fire call, I'm not going to have one guy take a fire engine and then have everybody show up in personal vehicles. So they are still having to wait for additional manpower to get to the station, if that makes sense.
Okay, but you are seeing an increase or a decrease in response time, but to see a significant decrease, you would need 2 people per shift.
That's correct. Because then that covers us to be able, any first out vehicles, we don't have to wait for somebody to assist us.
Thank you, sir.
And then if you noticed down there on the S17, Squad 17, the 2013 Tahoe that we got from the police department last year, you notice that it's 319 calls, and that's serving the purpose of what we wanted. We wanted to take some of the, if you look up at like Rescue 17 in 2018 had 447 responses, 2019 had 385. Our purpose is to take a vehicle that doesn't cost $500,000 or $250,000 and not run it as much when we could utilize a smaller vehicle like that for medical calls and stuff like that. So it's serving its purpose well. Next slide. And there's just a few pictures of some of the apparatus we have. Next slide. And then it was mentioned earlier about some of the things that were accomplished. We accomplished getting all new SCBAs. You can kind of see the difference in the new ones compared to the old ones on the picture. And that's all based off of NFPA standards. This is the new Cascade system that helps us fill those bottles for those SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. So that's all set up. The one thing we don't have yet to take pictures of is the extractors still coming. It's in the works because we have to set up a drain system for it in the room that's with the Cascade, and that's in process. We're working with Public Works on that. Next slide. As far as grants, we're huge on grants, trying to help out the city and the community for what our needs are and what the city and community's needs are. And this is just some of the grants we achieved last year. If it gives you an idea, we have 11 grants out there that we're either waiting on or that we're in the process of turning in, or even actually in the process of being awarded and waiting on the equipment. Next slide.
What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of a forcible entry door that is a training prop that we got as a grant. So we train all of our members on, we teach them how to cut locks. We teach them how to go through the lock. We teach them how to cut the doors, how to work with panic bars, how to pretty much open up anything, and how to force a door with minimal damage. It's like we always say, we have a key to everything. And then with the services provided, the EMS related calls are 423. If you look back on the council report, statistics, I can't even talk, statistics I give you, you'll notice EMS has like 200 and something. But on this is a total of technically car wrecks and things are in the group of EMS. So you would have to look at the category as EMS calls and car wrecks, and then that's where you get the 423. Next slide. Then it talks a little bit about emergency management. And to answer the question earlier from Carvin is that, yes, the mayor has delegated out that position to the fire chief at this time as the emergency management coordinator. That's looked at every January, and that paperwork is signed in January for that. The one thing to kind of keep in mind is the fire department, their main goal is mitigation as far as hazards. So it's not uncommon for the fire department to be the coordinator of emergency management. Plus, I don't think the mayor wants to get woke up every night at 3 o'clock in the morning just so we can ask if we could utilize a hazard materials team or something like that when it could be taken care of by the fire chief. And that's that delegation as a coordinator. But that does get renewed every January. Next slide. And then, like they said, we really started focusing on prevention in 2020. We got slowed down a little bit because of the COVID, and we didn't really want to have the perception of going around to businesses while a lot of these businesses were shut down and everything. It wasn't good timing, so we kind of backed off on some of the prevention stuff for 2020 that we've really started rolling out and pushing. We're working a whole lot with city administrative staff and working with them on what our capabilities are and what we can do. We've put in, it was over 20 hours in February. He's already pushing 40 hours this month as far as working with businesses. There's 4 or 5 businesses right now we're working with. We just finished up a couple of COs. We got a few CO inspections we're still working on that they have to fix a few things before the COs come out. But it's also not just prevention, but if you go to the next slide, it's also our community risk reduction part of it too. We do have all of our AEDs in right now with wall cabinets that we're going to be putting in all the city buildings that we got through a grant. So those initiatives will be coming out soon. Also, those AEDs will be going to the police department. We'll work with each department on making sure they have policies, and then who's going to update the batteries or the pads and make sure the machines are working. So we're working on all that part. Other community risk reduction stuff, station tours, fire truck demos, a lot of that was put on hold because of all the COVID, but those are still in the works, and we're still waiting for that time that we can push those out more. But we're looking at a lot of other programs, smoke detector programs. Our prevention department just got back in with the schools. It hadn't been done in the last 4 or 5 years, but now we're keeping up with all their alarm testing, and when they have fire drills, we'll be down there, be a part of their fire drills and everything. Of course, outdoor warning signs, social media outreach, and then community events. Next slide. Communications, we've brought on a new position of public information officer over 2020. That's going to help funnel information so that, for example, if I'm on scene at a big incident and I happen to be in command, we would have a public information officer that could deal with the newspapers and everything else, because sometimes you get too many people in command, and you lose that span of control and everything, and it could be a problem. So we've shored up the public information officer side of it and what their roles and things are. Next slide. And then we created an honor guard in 2019. We have 2 members right now. We have 2 more members coming on. So we're working on getting those guys trained so we can do some of these events. We can help out. If the Rhome's veteran group, for example, wanted us to assist with, I think it's the Girl Scouts to do their stuff, we can assist with them as far as, things they might need, or just public gatherings and stuff. We can go out and assist with flags, things and stuff like that. And a few of my honor guard members are military background, so it helps a lot. But also it assists other departments, like Decatur has an honor guard. Some other cities have honor guards. Next slide. What to watch for in 2021. We're excited. Engine 317 is paid in full. We actually paid it off 3 years early. So we have taken a note off the books. That was one of our goals for when I became chief, was to try to get as much of these loans and stuff off the books as we could. Again, the CPR AED community outreach initiative, ISO rate survey, had a meeting with them a couple of weeks ago. We should be getting the results back by possibly end of the month, beginning of the next month. I don't see a change right now in an ISO rating of 4. The difference in an ISO rating of 4 and an ISO rating of 3 is usually paid personnel because of a faster response times and having people on duty. So that's coming. I think when we get to that point, then we can have them come back out. But the lower we can get those numbers to a 3 or to a 2 is really going to be beneficial for the community and saving them as far as insurance. We're working on a professional development initiative, trying to get all of our guys into that next level to have management training and things. Prevention initiative we talked about. We're working on looking at specifications for a new brush truck, fire station upgrades, grant writing initiative, and coordination with developments and developers. That's a huge one for us this year, is to try to be in on the ground floor with all these developers. Next slide. This is just a little bit of financial information. Many of y'all know that, but it is here that if you got any questions on, I'll be glad to discuss with everybody. Next slide. Just talks a little bit about salaries, benefits. This is more of the expenditures. Next slide. And this was just a little note we threw in that the Rhome fire budget's approximately 7% of the total city budget. Next slide. Next slide. This here is going to show, and this is kind of based off of one of the priorities we're looking at here at the end of the slideshow. But if you notice the dark colors, let's take an example, brush 217. You notice the dark red colors. That is based off of 14 to 15 year replacement plan. So basically for 14 or 15 years, you'll have a frontline vehicle. So let's say brush 217 will be that vehicle that goes on that grass fire. And then the lighter color red is the 5 years it goes into reserve. So you're getting 20 to 21 years out of a vehicle. As you can see on here, that would have mean in brush 217 would have gone into reserve status the 15th. And when I say reserve status, that's like if you have a frontline brush and it breaks down, you have a backup. That's that reserve status vehicle that can take its place and you won't lose any service to the city or the community. So as you can see on brush 217, we're already out of the 20. I think I actually did the brush trucks at 15 year and the fire trucks at 14. But you can see we're already out of the replacement or the reserve status. We're actually in the point to where usually this vehicle's sold or no longer in use. Kind of gives you an idea of where we're at on the replacement plan. So the darker colors are what the 14 to 15 year front line would be. The lighter colors would be the reserve status. Again, you can look down at brush 17. We're behind on the reserve status for that one. And then it kind of just lays out the difference that we're looking at. But that's something to look at when you look at the dollar figures and stuff on the possibility of the next 4 or 5 years on what the department's looking at as far as apparatus. One thing to keep in mind is as we get busier, as we grow, a lot of cities will start lowering that frontline status due to mileage and stuff. So for example, brush 217 is on a 14 to 15 year plan right now, but 5 years from now, depending on how busy it is, brush 217 might turn into a 12-year plan. And then in 10 years from now, it might turn into a 10-year plan with a 5-year reserve. So the overall life of it would be 15 years instead of 20. So that's something to consider. Right now, we're at a good point that if we can keep the 14-year front line and 6-year reserve, we're at a great point as far as call volume and how much we're having to service. Next slide. 2021 budget just runs down some of the budget we're currently in right now. And then that's just more of it broken down into categories. Now, as far as the capital budget, I want to throw out a disclaimer that anybody just picking up this paper is going to just go, wow, look, I mean, that's a lot of money over so many years. You got to keep in mind, like I was talking earlier, we have 11 grants that we're working on or are out there in place. So not everything is going to be out of the community's pocket, or it's going to be out of a specific department's department, or we're going to have to steal from something, to pay this. This is basically based off the needs we need, but we have alternative means of possibly getting this money when we have to keep that in mind. But we also have to keep in mind grants are very competitive sometimes. Some grants are easier to get. Some, there's some grants we've been waiting. We've been on the list for 6 years. So, it's one of those things to keep in mind. This was not in this section here. Basically, I broke down into 3 top priorities, but this is not one of the priorities. The capital budget we broke down into 5 sections. This one's more your technology, hardware, your computers, based off of a projection on how we need to grow, and eventually we'll have to put CAD systems in the trucks and stuff like that. Next slide. This one's based off the bunker gear. This is also more of a projection as we go. This wasn't a high priority at this time because about every 2 to 3 years we've been getting grants for gear. So other than the 10% that we have to pay off a grant for gear, we haven't spent much money on gear as far as a city, but yet we're up to compliance of all NFPA and TCFP compliance. So we're doing good on the gear, but it's something we have to take in consideration. If you notice the numbers increase as they go, it's because of the possibility of increasing members. Next slide. Brush truck was not our top priority, but if you notice, it is in red, so it is one of the priorities for this coming year. Again, when you look at these numbers, especially over the next few years, you know, you look at a ladder truck at $1.4 million. You know, that's some big numbers, but it's something that we have to be aware of, that it's a possibility. But again, we have so many alternate methods of alternate ways that we can go after that. You know, for example, grants. There's talks with you know, builders. There's all different types of things. Businesses coming in. So there's a lot of different ways we can look at it. So I don't want you to get sticker shock, but we are at the point now, though, as you saw on the replacement plan, we're going to have to do something on a brush truck, because the brush trucks we're using for Frontline are a 1999 and a 2000. So that is a priority for this year. Next slide. The top priority this year would be to start increasing the personnel to get those times down, which again benefits us in so many ways. It benefits the community for one, the most, but it also benefits the community as far as insurance ratings. We can get our ISO lowered by doing some of those measures. And then the fire prevention, just for majority of the hours we're putting in, how much we're taking over as far as working with this businesses, going to annual business inspections and working on new business coming in. That would be based off of basically $600 a month, which, you know, in comparison, usually positions like that in other cities are in your $80,000, $90,000 range. So we had, I'm sorry.
Chief Fitch, you've 2 or 3 times now said that if we reduce our ISO rating, that it will help us with insurance.
Yes.
Now, can you tell me what kind of an impact that is? I mean,
it could be a huge impact, especially going from like a 4 to a 3, and then even going to a 2. You will see, as far as a homeowner, you will see insurance benefits as far as money saved. I do not know what those exact percentages are at the moment, but that is a huge thing in the fire service right now, is trying to get all the cities lower in ISO ratings.
well, I'm just wondering, is it possible that that 52,000 that you have for that 2 firefighters EMS per shift, is it possible that $52,000 could actually be a savings that our citizens would have of $52,000 in their total homeowners insurance benefit, so that the net effect would be we would make money because our insurance would go down by $52,000 or more?
Yeah, that's a great question. I just don't know what those actual percentages are, but I will do some research and see if what I can find out about what kind of savings we're looking at. You know, I've heard at times go on certain percentages save you 10%. So like if you go from one number to another, it could save 10%. You go to another one, it saves another 5. I just don't know what those exacts are.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. And that just kind of breaks down what we're looking at as far as personnel. If you noticed up in the budget request included for 20 and 21, it's 24,000. That was a budget cut. We had some budget cuts last year, and so instead of having 5 shifts per week, we went to 3 shifts per week for October, November, and December for the budget cuts, and that's why that number is reflected at 24,000. This also keeps us to the point that we have a cap on how many shifts the guys can work each month. So that way it doesn't throw us into extra benefits and FLSA and all that other stuff. So we do keep track of all that. Next slide. And then of course the facilities was our third priority, just to make sure that we're keeping up with that, because with the increase in personnel and with the increase with call volume and everything else, we really need to start looking at facilities, which I'm not telling y'all anything different because that's something we have been looking at. That's why you see a lot of to be determined on there, because I know y'all are working on those aspects of it. But that was just to keep that as a priority, because as we grow and as the personnel increase, we will need to make sure that we have the co-ed facilities and things like that, and the bunk rooms, the offices and stuff. Next slide. And this just gives a kind of a rolling bottom budget as far as salaries increase when you start looking over a 4 or 5 year period based off of call volume and things like that. Next slide. So this breaks down, and I apologize, Councilman Eason, I should have flipped these. They're in reverse order. They're 3, 2, 1. So our biggest priority is personnel increases. Again, that's not looking at it as benefiting the department, that's benefiting the whole community. So that's our priority there. Then the vehicle replacement, and then the building improvements. Any questions?
Whose baby is that?
That's my grandson. They're huge into the fire trucks. So maybe the chief of Rome 30 years from now.
Okay, well, thank you, Chief. That was informative. If there's no questions, I do believe we have, we'll move to the next one. I do believe we have Mr. Chris Urquhart with us right now, and he's going to, Sean is here as well, but we'll start the Public Works section and start off with him on reviewing the water rate study that he presented a couple of council meetings ago or so ago. Chris, are you?
Cynthia?
Yes.
We've been here for almost 2 hours. I'm going to suggest, is anybody interested in a 5-minute bio break?
Yes. Why don't we do that? It is now about, let's say it's 10:15. So why don't we take 5 minutes and come back at 10:20.
Thank you.
All righty.
Cynthia, I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can, Chris. Thank you.
Perfect. Fantastic. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We see some people are making it back. Mayor Pro Tem is one. If when you do get back, council members, okay, Councilmember Eason, thank you, Councilmember Ty. Councilmember McCabe. And the mayor, great, and Councilmember Majors. And Miss Montgomery. Okay. So we're going to get into the public works section and we're going to start. Thank you, Chris, for coming back and kind of running through this. You did present initially quite a bit of information. I think they've had some time to digest some of that. So this will be somewhat of a review, but you did a great job last time. So we're looking forward to having you back and appreciate your time on this Saturday.
No, my pleasure, my pleasure. All right. And is there a way you can give me a control so I can control the screen? Is that possible?
I wasn't sure. Hold on. Yeah, if you're one, let me, I will make you the presenter. That'd be awesome.
Perfect.
You should have it.
All righty. It's trying on my end. Here we go. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Well, again, Mayor and Council, Chris Eckert with NewGen Strategies and Solutions. It is a pleasure to be with you today. In working with city staff, we've gone through and we've tried to condense some of the information in this presentation. As Cynthia said, the goal today is just to refresh the discussion on the water and wastewater rate study. We've also gone in and we've worked with both Kimberly Horn, your engineer, as well as city staff to try and retool the numbers where possible to see if we could reduce some of the near-term rate impact. And so some of the numbers you see today will be less than what you've seen previously, but there still is a need for rate action, and we will talk about that as we go through the presentation today. So as I said before, when I was with you, you need to remember that as we talk about water and sewer utilities, you're not just a city council. You are the board of directors of a business. When you look at how we track water and sewer within the city's books and records, within the audited financial statements, it is an enterprise fund or a proprietary fund. Those are only used for a business type activity of government. And when you think about a business, while you're a nonprofit business, for a business to be successful, revenues must still match or slightly exceed expenses. If expenses are greater than revenue, then you are underwater, you are financially insolvent. And so it's critical when we're looking at pricing for water and wastewater service, we look at those expenses and make sure that our revenues are sufficient. And that's really what we're looking at, is the overall sufficiency of the revenue stream. As I mentioned before, I get asked by every city council I'm in front of how we compare to our neighbors. And that's the slide you see on the screen right now. This is comparing the minimum bill for water and sewer service. Now, your minimum bill includes 2,000 gallons of service. Other cities may include 1,000 gallons. Some may include no gallons. Also, every community is different. You have different water sources, different wastewater treatment methods. And so when you look at this, you have to remember this is not an apples to apples comparison. You have to do what's right for your community, regardless of what other communities are doing. Now, that being said, as we look at the regional comparison, one thing that strikes me here is how low your wastewater bill is, your sewer bill. You are $7 lower than the next lowest provider, which in this case is the city of Justin. When we see impacts like this, when we start to see graphs that look like this, This tells us that rate action is warranted because you are behind. Another element that this kind of begins to inform for us is, and we've seen this out in the numbers, your water rates right now are sufficient. Your wastewater rates are not. That is not an uncommon event. We see that with a number of communities because citizens tend to understand paying for water as a commodity versus paying for wastewater. Many citizens don't understand the cost that goes into treating wastewater and dealing with wastewater. So again, this is not uncommon, but it does inform an action that is needed on the behalf of the city. So again, the slide here was the minimum bill. The next slide is a comparison at 5,000 gallons of service. We use 5,000 gallons as that's very common for a single family home to use 5,000 gallons of service every month. You can see you're still at, towards the bottom of this comparison, particularly as we look at that sewer bill. For 5,000 gallons of service, you're at $18.89. The next lowest provider here on sewer only is Reno at $27. So again, there's a big discrepancy where you are in sewer as compared to other communities.
Chris?
Yes, sir.
Would you go back? Thank you. When I was living in Fort Worth, my water sewer bill was in the $30 to $40 range.
Yes, sir.
Each month. Now, is that because that Fort Worth just has this huge scale of efficiency that we can't meet?
That is a vast majority of it. There's two things there. One, it's efficiency. When you think about utilities, utilities are very capital intensive businesses. And so you have to put a lot of money into infrastructure. The more people you have, the more you can spread the cost of that infrastructure out. And you also have to think about utilities. You have regulatory requirements that you have to meet. Those regulatory requirements are set by a third party. They're set by the state. And regardless of the size of your community, you have to meet those requirements. And so the bigger your community, the larger you are, there's some scaling that happens there. You begin to reduce the unit cost impact to citizens because you have more people to spread that cost over. The other element of Fort Worth that you need to be aware of, they have a lot of customer communities that they serve. They provide wholesale service to a large area surrounding Fort Worth. All of those individuals also contribute into the infrastructure cost. And so it really does become an efficiency issue, how many people you're serving, and you can lower that unit cost per customer.
Thank you very much.
Okay. But that is a great point as we transition into what are the issues facing your business. One of those issues is capital improvements. You have capital improvements that are needed both to meet existing deficiencies as well as to meet future needs. You have growth coming. As you look at that infrastructure need, that's driven, as I said, by the state. That's non-optional. Never before has the EPA told a community you don't have to comply with the Drinking Water Act or the Clean Water Act because it's unaffordable or because it's expensive. You have to comply. If you choose not to comply, what those regulatory agencies will do is they will fine you and then force you to comply. So there's really no way around this when we're looking at capital. We need to make investment in our system. Not making investment is just going to cost us more in the long run. Also, the size of your community, as we look at that, we come back to that unit cost discussion. The unit cost will be higher until the community grows, until we can spread that cost out over more customers. So the capital improvements, that also ties into growth and economic development. If we don't have the infrastructure in place to meet the commercial or industrial demand that's coming, we won't be able to grow. We won't be able to add to the number of individuals that are paying for infrastructure. So we can't get to that that base where we can lower that unit cost per customer. So as we think about capital improvements, as we think about investment, it's not just tied to growth, it's also associated with economic development. At the same time, as we talked about last time, you have some significant O&M needs in terms of equipment, personnel. We have some very old equipment that, frankly, I'm honestly surprised it's still running in certain cases. Sean can talk to this much more than I can, and I'm sure he will as he talks about his departmental priorities, but we have some needs that have not been met. We have, for lack of a better term, we've kicked the can down the road. We've stretched that O&M out as far and as long as we can. The more we defer maintenance and operations expense on the system, the more we defer those equipment purchases, that just leads to higher cost in terms of overtime for repairs. It leads to downtime for equipment. And so while you look at this investment, you're like, do we really need to spend that money? It could be costing you more in the long term by not spending money, not maintaining your system, not replacing equipment, not making the capital investment that's needed. So you really have to balance the spending with the not spending. We want to maintain affordable service, but at the same time, we have some needs for our utility at this time. We have talked about previously the impact of future water supply. That is longer term. That's not in our numbers today. But as a business, you need to be looking longer term. Where is your water going to come from? What is the impact of that? Again, that's a little bit further into the future. As we look at the capital improvements, the numbers you see on the screen right now, we are anticipating we'll be able to fund some of that capital with impact fees, but impact fees are not a majority funding source. There are some projects that we cannot fund with impact fees because of state law. And so you see we do have an estimated projected debt issuance coming online in 2022 of almost $3 million. Now, in our figures, we're not anticipating that the first payment would come due till 2023. So we're trying to stretch that out, but we need to be looking to how to fund that capital. We need to start looking at that debt issuance. How are we going to fund that so we can execute on these needed capital projects? With regards to O&M, we call this new program O&M because it's things that we're not doing right now. We have equipment needs, we have personnel needs. You can see those detailed in numbers on the screen. And again, Sean's going to speak to these more as he talks about his departmental priorities. But ultimately, we're looking $306,000 is a number that we need to fund equipment and personnel into next fiscal year. You'll note that begins to moderate. We've tried to spread this out where we can. We've tried to phase this in over the years where we can. But again, some of these things have been needed for a long time, and it's time to take action. So we talked about this previously, some scenarios to look at. If we did nothing, are our rates sufficient right now? Yes. We could probably limp along another year without a rate increase if we didn't do anything, if we didn't fund capital investment, if we didn't make the O&M expenses and spend the money that we need to. Could we limp along? Possibly. But again, that's just going to raise our cost in the longer term. On the capital side, as I said before, we talked about a almost $3 million debt issuance next year. That really wouldn't come due until 2023, so we could probably get away with a fairly minor increase under scenario 2 if we're just going to look at capital. But right now, that's not sufficient. Our O&M needs are really what's driving the need for rate action. When I was with you last time, when we were looking at all-in needs, looking at everything, I think we had the customer impact up to I believe it was close to $60. We've been able to moderate that. We've got that customer impact down to $30.54. But I'll emphasize to you, that's a monthly impact. We understand that's a big number. But because of the delays, because of where we are, those are the needs that are reflected today. Because of the needs you have, that is the customer impact of those needs as we go forward. In talking with Cynthia and talking with Sean, they are endorsing scenario 4, but we understand there is an impact to that to customers. And so I want to back up and go back to our regional comparison, looking at that minimum bill. Under scenario 4, currently just a minimum bill customer, 2,000 gallons of service, that monthly bill is $45.31. If we did what we need to do, that would raise that monthly bill to $63.10. Again, that is a significant jump, and we recognize that. As we look at the 5,000 gallon bill, the average bill, it would take it from $77.29 to $107.83. Again, a big jump, but there are providers out there that are higher than that right now. Springtown is higher than that, and I'm sure there are other communities further out in the state that we could find that look at that. But again, I do want to point out, within this, we're not raising the water bill. The water bill is sufficient. It's the wastewater bill that is the issue. As you look at this wastewater comparison here, at 5,000 gallons, the bill would be $49.43 for sewer only. That's the green bar. And you can see that's not too far out of line where other providers of sewer service are at this time. So again, big numbers. I understand that big impact. While staff is recommending scenario 4, that is what is needed to meet our critical business needs. What we are looking for as we go into the budget for fiscal year 22 is council direction. What needs should we fund? Not what needs can we fund, remembering that anything that we push off into the future just raises our long-term cost. As I look at rate action right now, I would say action on your sewer rates is warranted today. We're not posted for action. We're not looking for that. But as I said before, you're $7 lower than the lowest minimum bill as we look at neighboring communities. You are out of line in terms of sewer service. At minimum, I would recommend some type of rate adjustment coming this October, commensurate with the adoption of the fiscal year 22 budget. So I think that's about as far as we can push this in terms of rate action.
Chris?
I'd also remind you, as the board of directors, this is not a one-time activity. You need to be looking at pricing for utility service regularly. We recommend that you push that off no later than summer of 22. Be looking at rates again, see where you are, making sure that your plan is sufficient.
Chris?
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is a question for you and for Cynthia. When Chris says immediate adjustment to wastewater rates is warranted, does that mean immediate is this an agenda item on this coming Thursday's council meeting?
It is not right now because I'm waiting for council direction. Now, if that's something that council wants to consider at the next meeting, we can certainly add that to the agenda.
Would you please add that? Because if it turns out we take no action, we take no action, but it will at least give us the option Thursday.
Oh, yep, we will add that to the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions while we've got Councilmember McCabe?
Thank you. Mr. Eckert, this might fall under you or it might fall under Dinsmore. You touched on the fact that people don't understand the cost associated with wastewater. Can you explain the process that wastewater has to go through and why those costs are associated and the fact that we can't just dump it into a ditch so that people understand?
Sean, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best. Well, I mean, just like anything, it's your household. You know, you have cost of, to clean your house. You know, your chemicals and all that stuff. That you have your stuff for housekeeping, chemicals, electricity. You got to pay for electricity. We got to pay for electricity. We got to pay for personnel to do it. And it's just also just the basic infrastructure of the whole system. The infrastructure of the whole system is very aged, and trying to repair that is worth driving up the cost and the cost of construction to repair that. If this stuff was done years ago, we wouldn't have this major increase of pricing, because the price that you're showing is a projected $1.7 million just to rehab one location. There's some of your driving. Same way with other issues, your sewer lines that we've put stuff off for so long. Now it's going to deteriorate, and now we have so many lines that we have to repair at one time. This is what's driving the cost of the sewer system, is that we keep on pushing stuff down the line. And as you all know, the gallon of gas from just 2 months ago is what, 75 cents difference. It's the same here. The asphalt, has increased 10% over the last each month since January. Further we put stuff off, further the cost of construction increases. So
I would add to that, if you've never visited a wastewater treatment plant, I highly recommend you do, because it really is fascinating. All of the steps that wastewater has to go through to be treated back to a clean quality. Most wastewater treatment plants, you can go to the last step in the process, the outfall. You could put a glass under the outfall and you could potentially drink what comes out of that. It is that clean. It really is shocking, the level of effort and what we go through to clean water. It is very expensive, as Sean said. There's a lot of chemical, electricity involved in that process. So it's one, can't necessarily get into the finer mechanics of it today, but highly recommend it. If you've never been to a wastewater treatment plant, go for a tour. It's worth it.
We do a lot of testing. Lots of testing, weekly and monthly, quarterly testing.
And that's kind of what I was trying to get to with my question, is maybe an overview of all the different processes it has to go through once it leaves the home, the filtration processes, the different plants, things like that. So maybe that's something that we could bring to another meeting to show the people. But I also have another question. If we're looking into alternative water sources such as Trinity River, is that, I know you said that in the next year or two, we'd have to come back and look at the rates. So if we go to a new water source where you get more water, cheaper prices, is that going to affect the wastewater at all? Or is that something that we're just going to have to look at that time?
So I don't anticipate that would impact the wastewater. It's really going to be more on the water bill. So when you think about your business, you really want water to fund water, sewer to fund sewer if possible. You want to avoid cross-subsidization if possible between the ultimate service. But at the same time, you're looking at the same pocketbook. If everybody receives water and wastewater service, it's the same pocketbook. So at the end of the day, we're going to be looking at overall customer affordability. As I understand it, a transition to a different water source is further down the line at this time. So when you're thinking about kind of the concept of triage, we have to address the immediate issue first. And what we're doing today is triaging the immediate issue, which is the sewer bill. We would then come in the future and begin to look at the impact of that water source. Again, I'm anticipating that's going to be more on the water bill, less on the wastewater bill.
Thank you.
Well, and I would interject a couple of things. First of all, for the tour, I know one council member wants to do that, council member Majors. So we would definitely offer that to all council members. We would be happy to tour those 2 at a time, like we did facilities. I do think it would be beneficial for you all to see the wastewater treatment plants, east and west, in action. The other thing I will say, to Chris's point, one of the things that we have started doing in the budget is really separating out those functions of water and sewer so that we can better analyze our needs and project our needs into the future. So that is also an action that we have been taking over this past year with Sean on board. So are there any other questions at all? While you got Chris here.
Well, he has more slides to go.
Yeah, that's really it. I just have Just fancy graphics. That's it. So not important.
Thank you very much, Chris.
No, thank you, and I'm happy to hang on the line for a little while we kind of continue this discussion. So,
Cynthia, one of the things that was in the survey is communications. How we need to improve communications.
Uh-huh.
This wastewater rate study was a real eye opener for me. It was a shock, if you will. I believe we need to find some way. I don't want to put the whole presentation out. Is it feasible to try to come up with some type of a summary and a way of referencing this on our city website so that, I mean, our citizens need to understand, because right now I hear them complaining about the cost of water, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to complain even louder and more often if we raise rates to cover the, the wastewater too. We need to find a way of communicating this to them. So just as a future, please consider this for a future activity.
Yes, point well taken. Definitely can do that. I'm trying to, okay. All right. Definitely can do that. And we'll, yes, that's a point well taken. We will do that.
I think to Sam's point, I think between that and the trash service that the previous council, I don't know how we're gonna do it.
Actually, can you come closer? 'Cause
Sorry. I think between the which I agree with Chris. We got to find some way with the water, but with the previous council with the trash, because I hear with the trash service, it's an ongoing argument. But we got to figure out some way to what Chris's point is, and then to figure out with the argument with the citizens with their trash service to fix that issue as well. But to put it on the website, and then maybe when we're back into in-person meetings to have a town hall meeting. So I agree. So however you could put it on there, Cynthia, to figure it out. So we can handle this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions, we're gonna move on to continue with Public Works. Sean, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it very much, Chris. Thank you.
my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Public Works. Some people are, just want to kind of bring a light to what Public Works is. Public Works is a combination of physical assets, management practices, policies, and personnel necessary for government to provide and sustain structures and services essential to the safety and general welfare of its citizens. Public Works, as we know, under our Public Works, we are the street department, the water department, the parks, code compliance, and building maintenance. And so under Public Works, we have many different departments. Our mission statement as a whole is committed to providing a high quality service in the most cost efficient manner while ensuring that the maintenance, construction, operations of public facilities and programs under its care are adequate and safe and serviceable to the satisfaction of its customers. We are here as Public Works to serve the citizens and provide the citizens with the best services possible. As you heard from Chris, that the water department is separate. We are an enterprise fund. The enterprise fund is supposed to finance the water and sewer by itself. The enterprise fund is not to finance anything else. So we're not supposed to be financing parks, streets, or code compliance. The enterprise fund is to make sure that the water and sewer system is taken care of. And then same way with the general fund. The general fund is under the finances the parks, streets, code compliance, and facilities. That's sales tax and property tax. So make sure that when we talk about public works, you separate water and sewer from streets. I know for years people are confused on how this thing works. Yes, we're an umbrella of public works, but there's different entities within public works. So you make sure that you separate the groups. Okay, this right here is just showing that there's a sewer line that we had to repair in the pouring rain on Redbud. So it's just the guys were appreciative of me taking a picture of them while they're soaking wet in the pouring rain. So I just want to show you what some of the things that we do. This right here is the contractors we hired to do the patch repairs that were on Ellis. And so this is just some parts of what Public Works does is, water, repair stuff. The mission statement for the water department is to produce and provide safe and adequate supply of potable water that meets and exceeds state and federal guidelines. And as Chris said, the sewer department, people don't realize what happens once when they take, as Councilman Easton says, a bio break. Once when that bio break happens, nobody cares what happens after that. But for us, it's to collect, transport, treat in a safe, efficient, and cost-effective manner in accordance with state and federal guidelines. We have to make sure that that bio break is then treated to a sufficient, where it's actually to a quality that is adequate for almost human consumption, almost. So, the wastewater does dump into a channel that goes back into a tributary that is drinking water. So the EPA, TCQ, and all that stuff govern what we do with that wastewater. Go ahead. All right, some of the strengths of the water department is the water and sewer master plans are completed. This allows the city to plan for the future for this water and sewer needs. Another strength is our staff experience. We have people in our department that have many years of experience, and so this allows us to tackle complex situations in an efficient and timely manner. One thing that the city did prior to is their water storage capacity. In the years past, they built a 1 million gallon elevated storage, and they also have a lot of ground storage that we can hold a lot of water. So that is one of our strengths. And so, that's one thing that we can commend, that we can hold when the time comes and the demand needs is excess water. And one of our other strengths is that our wastewater treatment plant. We were lucky enough that we did have alternative power at the treatment plant, so we didn't lose power, because if anything happens, we do have generators there at our 2 treatment plants, so we were lucky there. All right, our weaknesses, which is a glaring need in our department. And again, sometimes Public Works is a forgotten bunch because we don't have the real bright sirens and on the news all the time. But one of our main weaknesses is the current condition of age of our equipment. This leaves our department vulnerable to equipment failure and cost repairs. Our dump truck is over 27 years old. I'm going to tell you, it's been in the shop. The air brakes are out. It's unsafe to drive, and we're to the point that the value of the truck is not worth what the cost is to repair it. Same way with the backhoe. The backhoe is technically unsafe to drive. We have to put in 15 gallons of hydraulic fluid every time we use it. We have to steer it. We have to work the bucket just to drive. So you're driving the steering wheel and you have to work the front bucket just to go. This is an unsafe issue. Same with our trucks. We have 13-year-old trucks that have one is 27,000 miles. The other one has 119,000 miles. The heater in one doesn't work. And so when you start talking about repairs and maintenance to this age of equipment, the value of that equipment is not worth the repairs. It doesn't make sense to put $5,000-$6,000 into a truck that's not worth $5,000 or $6,000. So this is some of the items that we're bringing to you, is that we've kicked this stuff so far that it's time that we have to do some of these vehicles and equipment. And it allows us to be able to respond safe and more efficient and tackle jobs faster. Going back to that slide that you saw where the guys were in the rain, that job took us 3 hours longer because we didn't have a dump truck. We had to hire another truck to come and dump dirt for us, and then we had to use a backhoe to drive back and forth to the location just to dump it. So that's one of the cost-efficient things that took us 3 to 4 hours longer to fix that one location because we didn't have the proper equipment to do our job. Also, aging infrastructure. The aging infrastructure at the West Waste Water Plant, the well sites, the clay sewer lines, and SCADA leaves us vulnerable to excessive maintenance, replacement, and plant failures. To touch on the West Plant, because that is one of the main capital items that we're going to be talking about, we have been an active issue with TCEQ on our West Plant since 2015. Again, these items could have been taken care of years and years ago. I know we have paid fines. I've found where we've made restitution, or we've ended up entering into some type of agreement with TCEQ to do some type of repairs or maintenance just to satisfy the issue, but it's never really fixed the problem. So it's time that we actually need to fix the problem and become whole and make sure we're in compliance 100% with TCEQ. Another weakness is our funding. Again, Chris put it so eloquently, I could say, is that our water sewer rate structure has not kept up pace with our demand and what we need to operate in our system. And so another weakness is, again, as you experience and we've touched about it before, is emergency power capabilities at some of our water sites. That is one of our other weaknesses. Okay, now going to the top needs, Mr. Easton and the rest of the council, yes, this is the order of my top capital needs. As you can see, it is the backhoe. The backhoe is probably the most valuable piece of equipment that I can have in the water department. It's what's used to dig up the water lines when they bust, or sewer lines when they collapse. Dig up, if I need to dig up a patch repair or something like that and put some temporary asphalt or something. We use it at the West Plants to clean out the drying beds. So the backhoe is probably the most valuable and most important piece of equipment that's used across the board throughout all the departments. Another one is a dump truck. When you dig something up, you have to be able to haul it in and out, and you have to have it, make sure it's road safe for the guys. And then going down through the work trucks, we just got to have work trucks that are safe and at least the heater, so we can at least defrost windows during the wintertime. The minor stuff that we need to start looking at. And then again, PowerWorks assistant and desktop and computers. Now going to the current capital projects that we have going on right now is our East Wastewater Treatment Plant. It was a $2.6 million bond. The total from design and construction right now is at $2.1 million. There's about $400,000 left over that. There's discussed that we're going to use that as to replace the clay pipes on the east side. This is, we've already had the money. It's already bonded. And so with that delta that is left over to help us to start tackling some of our issues in our sewer system, that leftover money, we were projecting we'll have to use that for our to start repairing the clay lines that are basically from Main Street to the east.
Hey, Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have another question for Cynthia. Using that leftover money to replace the clay pipes, is that legal? I mean, can we, because if we didn't use all of the money for the bond is paid for.
Yeah,
Can we actually do that? I mean, is that a legit use of funds?
yes, they've already ruled on that, that if it's associated with the East wastewater treatment plant improvements, that the bond was written such that it can be used for that. We obviously would confirm that before council. We asked you to make that final decision, but it's my opinion that
We've already done that.
right. That's what I thought.
It's already been presented to the council, and we voted in favor of spending that money in that fashion.
Right.
I was thinking that, but I just wanted to double check.
Yes.
Yeah, we've already done it.
So, okay, make sure I wasn't muted. So what our plan would be is that once we get closer to about 70% of the project for the East plant, make sure there's no surprises, no change orders. Then we'll probably get with the engineers to start designing the sewer lines that need to be repaired sometime, probably I'm thinking about July. So just kind of give you a timeline on what we might be thinking about when we might be going to design phase, July, August, because that'll be pretty close to the completion of the East plant. Okay, future capital needs. I know we brought this to y'all before about, some immediate needs that we need for our system. One, the number one priority, and it's also in our wastewater master plan. It's in the West wastewater master plan that we have to do something with the West plant. The projected amount, I think, is an estimated amount right now is 1.7 million. The engineers have filed a project information form to the Texas Parks and not Texas Parks, but Texas Water Development Board for that funding. Other issues that we have in our system is the chemical treatment system, our SCADA update, and our electrical transfers switch upgrades at all our sites. That will allow us to be able to have alternative power and also monitor our system and properly treat our system and have an updated chemical system at all our sites, well sites. The third one is the number 6 well, the well behind the old city hall. We can get that back online. Based on cost analysis, we would be able to reduce possibly usage from Walnut Creek, and we can be able to treat our water cheaper, and then we'll be able to, pass on those savings. Again, other immediate attention needs to be ground storage tanks, need to be taken care of. Some of those items have been pushed down. We have not had any TCQ violations yet. However, there are some issues where new OSHA standards require hatches to be such a certain width to get inside the tanks. There's vent issues that need to be repaired on these tanks to make sure that they are current N2 standards. And then also the same way with sewer line and evaluation replacement on the west side. Any questions on those projects?
How do you keep up with all these needs?
I don't know. I'm kidding. It is one is that I have very good guys that I work with, and so I mean, and our engineering group is very good too. And so just working with the staff and the engineering group, and it is a full-time job, put it that way.
What you're telling me is y'all are doing a whole lot with very little, and so
Yes, sir.
I want to apply. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're about to go to, so that's the completion of our water, and that was very high level, and I know it's kind of fast. I could probably spend another hour talking about the water and sewer, but I think we have better things to do today. But what I want to present to you, we're going to go move into our street department. Technically, we don't have a street department, and there's, so I know we've kind of relied on contractors and stuff like on do some repairs, and also maybe the county. What I'm presenting to you today is just another type of street maintenance. This is used through North Richland Hills does it, Dallas, Weatherford uses this. This is called micro seals, slurry seal. This is just an alternative. This is just to give you a picture of different type of technology. We call it technology out there for road repairs. This is not a complete rehab. This is it's somewhat similar to chip seal, but it lasts longer than chip seal. So when I was looking at this, if you can go back to that main first slide, Cynthia. Go back a couple. Just the overview, yes. Yep. Next slide. So when I started doing a street assessment of the city, I was trying to do an evaluation of what I can get done as I guess how much I can get done. Because I want to try to get done as much as I can because we do have a dire need in our streets. But when I look at it, I'm looking at, okay, what streets, I try to grade them. And I know these two areas you're seeing, even though they are not the worst streets, however, if we don't do something about them, they will become the worst streets that we have. Problem what we've had in the past is that we never, from what I've seen, we've never actually did any preventive maintenance in our streets. This is what's caused some problems in our roads. So these streets are considered moderate, and they're getting to moderate. And if we let them go another year to two without doing anything about them, then they become probably worse than moderate. I know y'all saw the two areas I did in Ellis. That's due because we didn't crack seal those roads correctly. Same way with what's up and going in Crown Point. When you don't seal those cracks in those roads, you allow water to get underneath the subsurface, and it softens that road. And so when trucks and stuff and vehicles go over that sub base starts flexing. That's what causes all that cracks. And so this company I've worked with before. Now I'm not saying this is what we're going to do. This is just an option what we can do as a city. And so this is called micro seal. It's a thin layer of asphalt material that is done. So Cynthia, if you can go to the next slide. So when I looked at these roads, these are the two areas that were candidates for this option. Okay, the other streets are technically not candidates. So these two areas were the only candidates because they were not. They are still manageable. Okay. However, we still have to do patch repair on quite a few of these areas, and you'll see the slides. And we also have to do crack seal, and that's where that, I don't know if anybody knows what crack seal is. If you see the little black squiggly lines on your road, that is crack seal. What that does, that tightens up the cracks in your road. First, you got to blow it out. Then you put that, it's either cold mix or hot, not cold mix, but cold seal or hot seal that you put in there. And what it does is that road expands and contracts during different times of the year, but it prevents the water from getting underneath the road. That is the number one culprit of what hurts the road is your subbase. And when you get water underneath your road, that affects your road. Cynthia, if you can go to the next slide. So, let me go to that slide. As I said, the majority of the infrastructure in Crown Point is good and stable, but however, you can see the needs, as you can see, the needs of this crack seal. And see, so if you see on the slide where these points out, this is what causes road failures right here. And you can see right that top slide, you can begin seeing a little bit of alligatoring around these cracks. That's what happens when you don't properly seal your roads. Okay, and this is what causes potholes and road failures. Next slide. This is what happens when you don't properly crack seal a road, or you properly don't patch a road. If you don't fix the subbase of a road correctly, and if you don't come back after a year or two of asphalting a road and seal it with crack seal or wherever it needs, this is what you end up with. This is an existing condition where we would need to cut out almost this whole section of road and recompact, re-asphalt before we can do anything with it. And this is in Crown Point. Again, the failure to properly crack seal these areas. As you can see, this is a good example of why the interference between asphalt and concrete, that it should be crack sealed. Water gets underneath this area and it causes road failure. Next slide. And again, vegetation, and when you have cracks in the road, you allow vegetation to grow, then it allows moisture. Again, you can see that between the concrete and the asphalt, that was not sealed. So when you have, that is basically what we call a rollover curve. That water will seep between that asphalt and that curve, and eventually the trash trucks and other equipment will cause that section to fail. And this just shows what, as you can see, what the picture is right to your left. That is what, an idea of what crack seal is. It seals that up. And this is what they do when they prior to micro sealing, they will cover the manholes and then they will seal coat, micro seal the road. But that is an image of crack seal. So again, before we do any type of road maintenance, even if it's even a chip seal, if we want to do chip seal on these residential streets or whatever, we still have to do crack seal. We still have to do patchwork. We have to make sure our drainage is working properly, and we also need to make sure that vegetation and all that stuff is taken out of the streets. Again, this all takes equipment stuff to be able to do this stuff. Again, additional road repairs. Again, you can see the alligatoring. We can't crack seal this efficiently. So this right here will be actually a complete patchwork outside that would need to be dug up and removed, recompacted, and asphalted. Now go on to the Ellis Homestead. Again, when we did this, these are just the two only areas that were candidates that we can to do this this type of maintenance of this micro seal. And what it is to catch these roads before they become so bad that they actually have to be road replacements. Okay, that's what we're trying to do, is to prevent complete road replacements. Next slide. Again, the patchwork that was done prior to, insufficient. It wasn't compacted right. You can see it's sinking in a little again. Again, that whole area, you can see the cracks in the road. It allows moisture underneath the ground, which causes the failures. All right, this is the patchwork that we just recently did on Ellis. This is what when you do a road, this is what it's supposed to look like after a year or two. So as soon as you do a patchwork, you're supposed to seal the edges of your asphalt. Then you need to start sealing the roads with the cracks. Problem of it is that we've waited so long that these roads are going to start looking like zebras, where we were going. So there is a lot of crack seal, a lot of patchwork that we need to do in these areas just to tighten them up to prevent further failure to do these major road repairs. These areas right here were so large because they were left undone and not properly maintained for many years. Next slide. Again, so we were only able to get so much crack seal done. This shows that these edges still need to be bladed off. Vegetation needs to be removed, and then the edges need to be crack sealed itself. Next slide. Again, just the pictures of vegetation. Is that vegetation has grown over the road. Again, we got to have equipment to do this stuff, and we also have to have personnel do this stuff. You know, right now we have the county doing some stuff like what we're doing in Bywell. They are grading off the edges. However, we're at the mercy of the county when they have availability to come help us to do these jobs. Next slide. Again, just you know, if we do something, we'll just cover the manholes. You can see that crack around the manholes. The manhole properly wasn't sealed around the edge of the manhole, which allowed moisture to get underneath the road. Next slide. Again, the one thing about micro sealing compared to an asphalt overlay, when you have to do an asphalt overlay, you actually have to grind down your edges of your road at least 2 inches, and so you don't have that lip. Micro seal, you don't have to grind down your road. It's just a thin layer of asphalt material that seals up, and what it does also adds moisture, oil back into the existing asphalt, which allows it to be more pliable. Again, this shows that, you know, what areas we do asphalt, these areas have to be grinded down. If not, they just need to be crack sealed, and that micro lay will lay right up against that edge of that concrete. Again, roll helm on this section. When I went out there with the contractor, was the worst section of that Ellis location. There will be a lot more street repairs and maintenance in that area before we can do any type of cap seal, micro seal, or chip seal, whatever council desires. Next slide. Okay, this is a picture of what, you know, the contractor provided, because this is also their jobs too. What they've done, and there's different, you know, again, there's different different options. Fog seal is basically is a type of oil that they spray on there, and again, it just adds oils back to it. Chip seal is the next option, and so these are kind of back the cheapest, but the not most effective. Fog seal only lasts 1 or 2 years. Chip seal only lasts 2 to 5 years, depends on the surface. Then the same way, then you get to the premium fog, lasts a couple of years. Micro surfacing lasts about 5 to 7, and then overlay can last up to about 10 years. But again, everything depends upon your sub base and your how you maintain your roads. Next slide. So again, here's where it kind of gives you an idea. The thin HMA is actually asphalt, and so you can see where on the condition of the road right now, like those two neighborhoods, we are considering them somewhat in the fair condition based off the rating. So if we do micro seal, it'll last 5 to 7 years. If we do a chip seal, it's going to last 3 to 5 years. And so, you know, again, it all depends on how the sub base and what we're putting it on, and the long-term maintenance of that. Next slide. I think okay. Then just the advantage of micro sealing. Micro seal, it's 1/3 to half the cost of hot mix. There's no milling. There's no buildup of the curb. There's minor inconvenience of the public. It gives the appearance of a brand new hot street road. There's not the loose aggregate that chip seal has. So chip seal, you know, on a residential area can be can be nuisance, and we can talk about that here in a little bit. And then again, you know, it's a proven performer. Next picture. Again, this is them doing an Abilene in the neighborhood of 2020. Again, it looks like just like asphalt. It basically is asphalt, but it's thinner, and it has cement and some other stuff in it that actually adheres and combines faster. Next slide. And that's just them doing it. It's just a video of them doing it, so it's pretty quick. There is a time limit that people would have to stay off that section. You know, but however, you know, a lot of people are willing to work with the cities when we do this. We did a major thoroughfare in Lake Worth one year, and customers were very pleased with this. You can go ahead to the next slide. Okay, you can see just that little that 1/4 inch. That is that micro, so it adheres to existing asphalt very well, and it just gives that new appearance and that structure to strength to that asphalt. This is a micro surfacing that was done in Weatherford in 2017. Next slide. And so this project was done in Highland Park. They did in 2017. This is a photo a year after in 2018. This is the same photo in 2019. So you can see that the road is still holding up after 3 years of microsealing. It still looks like a brand new road. Again, this is another area just somewhat similar to the Ellis location out in the Tarrant County. Gives it an appearance of a brand new street. It removes the cracks. And Precinct 3 is the one that did this. Next slide. Another one in a HOA in Weatherford. Again, 2016. You can see this somewhat similar to what, you know, our roads probably look like right here. Then 2017 and 2018. It just kind of gives you an idea of what the road looked like, and then a comparison year after year of what the road does. So the company that I've had work before is Intermountain Slurry Seal. Again, this is some information from the established in '79. What many cities do, they have a contract with North Richland Hills. Many cities do an interlocal with North Richland Hills to work off existing contracts, and that's if the council desires is something that they want to do this time or even in the future. We would just like I said, enter in a contract or interlocal with North Richland Hills, so we can use their contracts, and then we just adopt that existing contract that they're working off of. And again, these are some of the cities, towns, precincts that they've worked with since 2013 and 2019. And then there are some references. I went out there to North Richland Hills and it made an area look like a brand new street, and it's held up for over 5 years now. So next slide. So in conclusion, you know, the streets in Crown Point, you know, like I said, they're in fair condition. I just want to catch those streets before they get in worse condition. And that was then if they getting worse, and it's going to cost us more money in the future to repair. That's one thing that we got to do, is we got to start catching stuff before they get bad. Okay. Not Joanne. Who's?
Councilmember Easton.
Or whoever. I see a couple hands. Ashley, Miss Ashley, go ahead.
Okay, it is very unfortunate.
Can you get closer?
Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll move. Okay, it's very unfortunate that Old Town Rome was not chosen. I know that we have Morris that is on, should be projected as soon as possible now with the warmer temperatures. but I'm looking at Google Earth right now, and you can see we have zebra stripes going on our streets. But we have one that is Logan, that the only way that the residents can get to their home is on gravel, and it is pothole after pothole to get into their driveway. And so I'm surprised that that wasn't looked into. And for 2 years, I have complained about where a pipe was, a clay pipe was removed on Dogwood before BC Rome, and it was never repaired. So that was some issues. And so, excuse me. But all down, I mean, it is zebra stripes down BC Rome and everything, as well as First Street.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. So, but
So
it's
can you start, can you, I'm sorry, can you kind of start back, tell me the areas so I can go and look and address those areas, because I think I heard something about Logan Street, but is Logan Street not an alley that people are using as a street, but they made it as but it's actually an alley?
but that's the only way to their home. So it's off at their front doors on Main Street, but the only way to their home is off of Logan. So that we should look into. And I'm looking onto Google Earth because that's the way I pulled up their addresses. And I'm looking just on Google Earth to pull up some that residents I know have complained about, and what that's looking into our comprehensive study that we're going to go over, I think, after lunch. On First Street, there are some zebra stripes, as you called it, that we should look into. And as well as BC Rome should be addressed. And for over 2 years, I have brought it up to City Council that there is a clay pipe that was removed, and there is gravel that you have to go over. It's a bump before BC Rome. And
Can you tell
right
me
before
BC Rome?
It's right before BC Rome, and the resident has personally complained to me that whenever they pull out of their driveway, excuse me, for just 1 second.
Okay.
Whenever they pull out of their driveway, it's gravel, and it was been removed for like.
Do you have an address? I'm sorry, do you have an address? Because BC Rome's actually a state street, and so
No, it's right before BC Rome, and it's on Dogwood. So it's the house.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on Dogwood in BC Rome. And it's a clay pipe that was removed almost 2 years ago. So I think that's some issues that as well. But I mean, you didn't look around Old Town Rome. So I mean, I can drive around Old Town Rome, and especially since it's in our comprehensive study, that we need to address some of the streets as well. So
no, man, I did drive around Old Town Road. This is why that's why I'm trying to get to the point, is that some of these roads need, like, there's a section on Moore Street, it's about 800 foot of Moore's. To do that section of street, it almost costs about $500,000 just to do 800 feet of Moore Street because of what. And so,
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so when I did, like I said, these are just options, okay? So what I'm trying to look at, because like there's a lot of road that needs to be done. Just like we've done with the water and sewer, we've kicked a lot of this stuff down the road. We've kicked the can down the road on doing street repairs. So before some of these streets get worse, my theory is trying to catch them now. And then we can back up and then spend the $400,000 or $500,000 to do these roads correctly. But if I can spend $100,000 to $150,000, $200,000 to do a whole neighborhood, then I think when you look at that slurry seal, to do that slurry seal to do all of Moore, do all of Ellis, and to do all of Crown Point, Just to do slurry seal is $180,000. Now that's not going to count for, I have to come in there to do some patch repair and all that stuff. And so if I don't know if you can go back to that slide, but you can see how many square feet of roads that is. So you just think about all that whole area that I can do for $200,000. Just for 800 feet of road in Morris to do it right, because we didn't do anything, it's going to cost me $500,000. So
well, guess what? I wish you would have been on our budget, because Morris is what, the 125,000 is what we're about to do, because all of Morris that's what we're doing. That's what we're repairing. And I know that going down that road is like going off-roading. So
125,000 to do Morse.
I know, trust me, it wasn't, it's going to be tough to get that one.
Okay, and see, this is where we have to be cautious, that when we throw money at something, but we don't know how, again, anything over $50,000, we have to bid out, okay?
Yes,
so we
sir.
just can't throw money at something and say we need to do it without a plan or engineer plans or design or anything like that, without an actual cost. So this is what I'm bringing to you, is actual cost. Now, with contracts and all that stuff, so when we're just throwing out money to something, I technically can't do it unless we actually get into a contract, because once when I start doing road repairs over $50,000 and I'm having a contract to do it, I'm going to have to bid it out. It's going to have to be sealed bid.
Yes, sir. Well, I think then Morris is on and I was going to bring it up on this next council to find out, when we can start looking into it, because that was once the new homes on Morris went up, when we could replace the road. So
yeah,
Morris
is in my plan. Morris is one of the streets, but again, when you start looking at how much money we have, okay, what money we have available, again, to do that one section of Morris from School Road to the frontage road, 287 frontage road, like I said, it's almost $500,000.
Well, it's actually supposed to go all the way up from Dogwood all the way down to the frontage road from the
okay. That is to do a complete rehab, because that section needs to be complete rehab. Okay. Now we could do a chip seal on that residential street. However, that's the council. I need to when I get further in my street thing, is chip seal what council wants on residential streets? Do they want me? Because again, chip seal is a quick, cheap fix, but it's only a temporary fix. But it also causes issues with gravel. I don't have a street sweeper to come be able to sweep up that gravel that gets in people's yards in the ditches. And so this is where I'm coming to y'all, is that when I'm looking at how I can stretch dollars out, tax dollars, how can I do as much as I can, with a limited amount of dollars I have? Because again, where are we going to come up with 500,000? To even do something on Moore Street, I have to do a complete road repair on Moore, which is going to cost over $500,000. Where are we going to come with that money? So I try to stretch little dollars out there. I know I have $125,000 to do road repair, and I'm already exceeding that just on road repairs, just for the slurry seal. That's not counting the biwell thing that I can get done, or the rest of the chip seal road from School to Main Street, which costs about $15,000. But again, are we going to go with chip seal?
Right. And how you're speaking on the slides that you just presented to us, I don't think it's the best option to go the cheapest, the cheapest in, but again, we don't have the money, and, the citizens are complaining about the roads. So, I mean, we're going to I don't know if there's grants about, but thank you for presenting this to us. But, I guess look forward to speaking again on Thursday evening about Morris and seeing what the next option is and seeing what we can do with it. So, and then if you can look into Logan on to the residents, to the gravel and the And then also on Dogwood that I've complained about for almost 2 years. So just for that resident
Okay.
and everything,
I'll-
that I greatly appreciate it. So
Well, we'll look at that, Councilmember Majors. I see a few other hands up, and just he still Sean still has some more slides to go through on the street department. So
okay. I
know-
just tried not to interrupt him, so sorry. I know I had more questions. I had them written down, but I'll address them later. I know it's still a lot to go over. So
well, especially when it comes to streets. So we're talking about streets. I'd like him to be able to cover some of those other slides.
yes, there's still a lot to go over. I'll keep my questions and possibly maybe.
But I did see some other hands before we move on. Sean, did you, Councilmember Eason, Councilmember McCabe, I saw some hands up.
Thank you, Cynthia. In your explanation to Ashley, you answered my question, Sean. I was going to suggest that we also consider Bywell, because if you walk down Alliance, it's pretty bad. But you explained that the reason you were looking at Ellis and Crown Point is to illustrate the options you have on what you can do on these types of situations. So thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember McCabe, you have a question before Sean moves to the rest of his slides?
Well, you answered it, Cynthia. I was going to say, let's let him present the rest of the slides. Maybe he hits on some of it. And then we can always come back to discussion and questions or whatnot during that agenda item. So let's let everybody present everything, and then we can discuss it all later on.
Okay. Now we're into my street department. Okay. Street department mission is to provide a quality service that strives to plan, build, maintain, and protect the public infrastructure through adequate repairs and maintenance. Okay. The strengths of the available funding right now that we have $125,000 in the budget to do road, to do street stuff. That also includes signage, replacing signs and some other stuff. However, anything over $50,000 has to be contracted out. One of another strengths that we have is that we can work with Tarrant County to assist in some repairs and maintenance on large projects. And also that we did complete a master plan thoroughfare on our street system. Weaknesses, again, funding is available, but anytime we start contracting out on road repairs, once we reach over $50,000, that needs to be bid out. Another one is lack of a street department and proper equipment. We don't have a street department or proper equipment to do repairs, and so we're relied on a contractor to perform basic repairs, and that can take a long time to get that taken care of. Another one is a street evaluation program and mapping needed to prioritize roads, road projects and maintenance, and also it's an asset management process that we actually need to be doing on our roads. Okay, so going back to what we kind of talked about is that we need, anytime I spend over $50,000 on anything, it needs to be a contract. So I'm proposing this year to actually to put out a road maintenance contract. Many cities that do this, small cities do this. I've had a concrete contract out before, because we didn't do a lot of, we did asphalt, but we didn't do concrete. So we did have a concrete contract, and allows the contractor to come out here and do cut and remove concrete. This is going to be similar to that, as they're going to be doing removing large patches, small patches, and also crack seal the roads. Sign replacement program. We need to start replacing our signs. Our signs don't meet federal regulations. And also the new requirements require breakaway poles. The minimum height of a stop sign the bottom of the sign should be 7 foot. And I promise you that a lot of our signs don't even get close to that. Street repair. Right now, we're projecting a $4,000 street repair. That is just if we do the street maintenance program, where they'll have the contractor to come out and do the project. This will just allow us to have coal patch, road base, and sand. The street repair will, this line item will increase if we do have the county do any type of road projects. And then again, the engineering, street evaluation, mapping, and asset management program of our streets. Something that we need to do, and we need to update yearly. And that's how we also project our next year's budget and budgets for the future. Option 2. Okay. Option 2, so that was option 1. Option 2 is still, again, build out a street maintenance program, however, at a little reduced rate. Still a sign replacement program. Our street line item, minus the county projects, would increase by $10,000. Still do a street evaluation program with the engineers, but then we'll start beginning an in-house street department where we would add a street saw and a steel wheel roller for compacting the patches, and then also hiring an additional personnel to help with the maintenance of the streets. So that's option 1 and option 2. All right, this is for the projects of option 1 for our projects for this year. Going looking at Biowell, working with the county on that first phase of Biowell. Unfortunately, county was hit hard with COVID early on, and so the current project that we had with them is kind of on hold. And then the cold weather hit, and so I recently talked to them, and they're hopefully once when it starts warming up a little bit, they can get asphalt on the road, and then probably mid to late summer they can chip seal that first part of Biowell from Alliance to Sunrise. However, I want to continue that project and basically tighten up the rest of those roads except for what's in phase 2 of Biowell from the developer's perspective, because phase 2 is still they have some issues with theirs that they're supposed to meet with a maintenance bond, and so we are working with them and the engineers on them finishing out their obligations. However, this is to finish out, again, majority of Biowell. Again, as you can see, Sunrise, Morning Dove, Grand Prix, the rest of Alliance Boulevard, and Speedway. It's going to cost about an estimated of $40,000. However, that will take a majority of Biowell and will allow that street to be tightened up for the next couple of years. Another option is option 2 is to again enter is the micro seal project. If we want to, if the council wants this, to do Crown Point and Ellis is about $189,000 for them to micro seal that. The life expectancy of a micro seal again is 5 to 7 years. The life expectancy of a chip seal road is 1 to 3 years. However, chip seal road is cheaper, so that's one thing that the council, we are seeking direction from the council. Eventually, if you keep on chip sealing, and you build up that road so much that you put it too large of a crown, then you actually have to take that road down. You can put too much of asphalt on top of asphalt, and it causes issues. The other project that we're talking about apparently is brought up over the years was Iron Horse Court. Cynthia knows a little bit probably more about this than I do, but we're looking about a public-private partnership with them, getting that road concreted. And I've also talked to the county of at least see if we can get in there and grade the road, bring in some road base to at least to remove those potholes. Okay. So if the council doesn't want, so option 2 is, so option 2 still includes the county doing Biowell. If slurry seal is part of an option, I've broken down where Crown Point would be the main factor of doing the slurry seal. If not, then we can chip seal both areas for $45,000 and $35,000. So I'll kind of give you some options in option 2. If you want to do Crown Point alone, it's $102,000. But however, Crown Point needs something done before, is the one that needs to be done. However, if that's out of our budget, then those are other options on the chip seal of Crown Point and Ellis. Then again, Iron Horse Court is still the options that we need to take care of also. Okay, pros. This is the pros of each item. Pros of a chip seal: it's a quick and a cheap fix to a temporary road issues. Asphalt repair contract. You don't have the budgetary impact of personnel or equipment. The pros of the street department, however, is we can respond to road repairs are faster. We will have continued maintenance of street repairs, right of ways, and drainage and signs. When we start having a street department, we can respond to those areas a lot faster. The pros of a micro seal is that they extend life for 5 to 7 years, unlike chip seal. Chip seal is 1 to 3 years. You don't have to worry about the excess gravel and safety issues associated with chip seal roads, and less customer complaints because of the extra gravel that ends up into their yard. Next slide. Again, the cons of a chip seal road is, again, it's a temporary fix, loose gravel, customers complain. There are safety issues with vehicles with chip seal road. Somebody's not driving pretty fast, you got loose gravel, you're not going to stop pretty fast on loose gravel until that road gets cured and all that stuff, and you have the gravel build up on your shoulders. Again, chip seal is good for maybe 1 to 5 years, and that 5 years is pushing it. Asphalt, the con of asphalt contract is that the road repairs won't be done immediately. Normally, when you have a contract, the contractor's not going to be moving out. It's not going to be moved into just for one small patch. They're going to want a large quantity to be done just because of the cost associated with moving in and out of an area. Again, the cons of the street department is basically the beginning impact of the general fund to purchase equipment employees, and the cons of the micro seal. It only lasts 5 to 7 years if the sub base and existing road is in comparative condition, and it costs more than chip seal. And conclusion basically is that chip seal is micro seal an option for road maintenance projects. I've had good luck with it, but again, that's the council's desire. Again, it is more expensive. What is council's desire for future road projects? So what type of material does council desire? Do y'all want asphalt or do y'all want chip seal? I can do a lot for chip seal, but again, I don't have the equipment to come behind it to clean it up. I don't have a street sweeper. Again, it's a nuisance. It's only a temporary fix. And then in the future, it allows me also for future planning, is curb and gutter something that the city wants in our road project. So when I do, say if Morris Road is a road that I want to do in the future, do we want to add curb and gutter? Curb and gutter adds about an extra 5 to 10 years to roads because it captures that captures that water and moves that water to a central location and dumps it into a drainage area instead of off to the side where then it gets up underneath the road and weakens the subbase. So, I think curb and gutter makes the neighborhood look nicer. Then when you add curb and gutter, you can start adding sidewalks. So, but again, what is council's desire? These are some feedbacks. This will allow me to scrap the Ellis project if y'all don't want, micro seal, if y'all want to do chip seal, chip seal's cheaper based on our budget. I can do a lot more chip seal, but is that something that council wants in a neighborhood roads is to have chip seal? Or we want to move to asphalt projects? So that is it for my streets. So any questions on streets? Yes, sir.
All right, Sean, in your professional opinion, if you had to pick right now, as far as chip sealing, micro sealing, whatever, and the streets that need to be done immediately, what is your top priority?
Am I limited to a budget?
In a perfect world, you're not limited to a budget.
Okay,
No.
to a perfect world, and I would do a micro seal in a perfect world on streets that need it. That in a perfect world because it's more appeasing, it's a better surface, it's longer lasting. Micro seal is better to go in the long term. If I had money, if I had and then if I go ahead and had even more money, then we do complete road projects where actually I would just remove everything and do it from the ground up. So, but for micro seal for those, and again, like I said, those two areas are only the ones that really are candidates for micro seal. The rest of the roads in town are going to require a lot more attention and a lot more cost. And so that's why, some of these areas were looked at, but I'm trying to pinch dollars where I can.
So council,
Thank you, Sean.
this is a lot of information for you to absorb, and while we're looking for your feedback, some may come today, some may come over the next several weeks, and as we move into the budget process. So these are some questions to keep in mind. At this point, we're going to, unless there are other questions, he's got a few other departments to cover.
And if y'all have questions, whatever, especially Miss Ashley, if you have stuff about Morse and all that stuff that you need answered prior to Thursday, let us know. I can answer those questions sooner than later. If I can go ahead and get prepared or whatever and give you information, just don't wait till Thursday to hit me with something and I don't have the information. If you can go ahead and give me that information, I can assimilate that to everybody, and where we're going, and maybe address some of the stuff about Morse Road or whatnot prior to.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, sir, I will. I will, because we've already made a promise to the home builder that we would repair the road once the homes were finished. So, and it was on our budget. So I know that they're looking forward to that road being repaired. So,
Okay.
But I'll reach out to you with some other questions as well.
All right.
So thank you. Thank you so much for all of your information.
Okay, going on to code compliance. Code compliance mission statement is to deliver exceptional service, gaining compliance with codes and ordinances adopted to protect the health, the public health, safety, and welfare of all residents, business owners, and visitors. Our goal with code compliance is not to write violations, is basically is to work verbally with citizens to achieve compliance in 30 days. Last thing we want to do is get into citations and writing citations and whatnot, but we will send out letters, knock on a door, talk to them. If we can't make contact the first time, then we'll send out, we'll put a door knocker out and also a letter. And it's also to decrease, violations. The biggest issue in code compliance coming up in the budget is that I know we have some substandards and substandard structures is a hot topic. And when you get to the point of wanting to tear down a structure, there's many attorneys and lawyer fees and processes that take place. We just can't just go tear down a house because we don't like it. It takes probably a good 6 months to get to that point or longer. And so this money right here is one to pay for a contractor and possibly to offset some attorney fees. And again, Parks Department. The Parks Department is our mission for the Parks Department is to enhance the quality of life, providing a safe and well-maintained parks and public place, preserving open spaces. Equipment that we need for the Parks Department is a commercial push mower and some weed eaters. Again, misconception to some people is that Public Works is just one entity. Public Works is not one entity, it's two. Water sewer funds is for water and sewers, and general fund is for general. So we need to make sure we have that understanding, is that where equipment and all that stuff needs to be bought out of general fund, they're used for general fund projects. As y'all all know, is that the park board recommended and the council voted that Bywell Estate will be the first park to be done according to our park master plan. After some research, the estimated cost to do Bywell is about $260. With the prices increasing every day, we're probably getting up to the $300,000. The Parks and Wildlife, we did some research. They have a grant program. However, their grant program is a 50% matching fund. And at the max they'll for our size for this amount is $150,000. So we would have to, the city would have to match that at $150,000. And so this is where we were with the Parks Board is kind of brainstorming on how we're going to generate other funds. I know Ms. Easton's talking about maybe donations from other people or doing work ourselves. So however we have to be able to, somebody will have to end up writing that grant. I misplaced that piece of paper. Hold on. Give me a second. So yeah, so the application deadline for the Texas Parks and Wildlife is set at right now, probably as they have, because Texas Parks and Wildlife, they change their schedule every once in a while. Their grant deadline is October 1st. Again, but we have to show that we have that matching fund of $150,000. The fees to do that, to hire Grant Works to do that, it was I do believe it was $3,000 to have Grant Works to apply for that grant for us. But the biggest issue with that is how are we going to match that fund? And so that is our large capital project for the Parks Department. However, the biggest hurdle is how we're going to do a matching fund of $150,000. Next slide. Again, this breaks it down to that, it's the 50% matching funds. Next slide. Again, now the matching funds can be voter approved bonds, can be EDC funds. We can do some work in-house, like planting flowers or something like that, but that's not going to take a big chunk out of it. Other grants, donated cash, land, or materials or equipment. So these are some things that can offset that $50,000. So we have some work to do in the future of how we're going to get to that point. Next slide.
That was it.
Okay.
Okay. So that, if there's not any other questions right now, do you guys want to, we're a little bit behind, but we can either do municipal report, that's probably about 10 minutes, and then go ahead and break for lunch and come back and finish up the rest, or what do you guys want to do? Do you want to just finish up municipal court for now and then break for lunch?
Municipal court, yes.
That works.
Okay. Let me pull that up. Christy, or there
Thank you, Sean, for everything.
Thank you. Again, if y'all have any questions, if y'all want to, shoot them to Cynthia and then shoot them to me or whatever, I'll be willing to, help, provide more information, maybe more in-depth information, or answer any questions that y'all have.
Thank you, Sean. Christy, you're up.
Hi, good afternoon, council and residents and whoever else. I'm Christy Adams. I'm the municipal court clerk for the city of Rome. I want to read the mission statement for the court. I take pride in the city of Rome Municipal Court. When I started on November 30 of 2015, I jumped in with feet down and not a clue what to do, and I have come a long way, and in my sleep I can tell you where every file in that office is. The mission statement for the court is to establish trust as a court representative in the community, a trust that's earned from the successful operation of the municipal court of the city of Rome, Wise County, Texas, and to encourage and uphold the highest quality of judicial service as a neutral entity, serving all parties in each case equally, fairly, courteously, and with the utmost respect, using the following principles and practices. Service to our community, promoting openness and access to the procedures and operation of the municipal court. Professionalism based on honesty, integrity, and an awareness of basic human right values in response to every defendant. Commitment to fairly interpreting, analyzing, and following ordinances passed by the City of Rome City Council. And teamwork of an impartial judge, state's attorney, or prosecutor, the court staff, to ensure that each individual receives fair and equal treatment under the law while appearing in or before the municipal court of the city of Rome, Wise County. Next. These are our court staff members. I'm on the left. The gentleman is our presiding judge, Jim Minter. We had an associate judge, Renee Culp, but we haven't had to use her services since COVID started in February of last year. So Judge Minter is our only and primary judge at this point. The young lady in the center, that is Lindsay Hale. She is our state's attorney, also called prosecutor. I don't like prosecutor because people think that she's after you. So, but she is the state's attorney on behalf of the state of Texas. And she also works for TOS, where Attorney Adkins works. And then on the right is the best emblem in the world, the City of Rome Police Department. They serve as our bailiffs. We use their reserves as well as their active employees as our bailiff and security. Our accomplishments, we've secured a contract with a court citation processing software company, and it's going to assist in streamlining court processing of citations, not only for me, the court clerk, but also for the defendants who've received a citation in our city. The City of Rome has updated their city website, but we were also able to update the municipal court webpage to streamline online navigation. I hope to get with Cynthia and Shannon to make it even more user-friendly for the defendants so that they can enter a plea through the website. Currently, they can pay a ticket through the website, but I want it to be a little more user-friendly with fees and fines and such. We've had, I've succeeded in going through about 20 years worth of backlog files and have brought 95% of them up to date. There's a very small 5% from 2000 through 2004 that I'm going through. It's been a long road, but having only 5% of the backlog, I'm very proud of that. And I've inventoried, there was never any inventory done of closed files. And according to the Texas State Library retention schedule for justice and municipal courts, you only have to keep the past 5 years. Everything before that is to be destroyed. And we have 21 years worth of court files in storage. So I have been going through years, and I've gone 3.5 years back, and I'm keeping them current. So it's 3.5 years from date. So I'm very happy with that. All of those files are currently in the big water tower. And once I get this done, there will be almost nothing in that water tower. The majority is mine. And I've accomplished, again, submitting 95% of all open but inactive cases to collections. I was just writing down some numbers. I have a total of 9,800 active cases, well, open, but not all active. Only 229 of those I am actually working on. The rest of those are all in collections now, being actively worked on. There was, once I started the backlog in about 2017, there was a very small percentage, and anybody that called to pay an old fine, I had to look it up to see if it was even in collections, and I had to remove those fees. But now I know 95% of every file in my office is being worked on. There is nothing sitting, not having somebody's hands and trying to contact. Here's our goals. Within 1 year, we need to update the file cabinets. We are supposed to have locking cabinets because they do have confidential information. When we moved into this building on 501 South Main, gratefully, I inherited 2 horizontal 5-drawer file cabinets. They hold everything I need, but they do not lock. And the file cabinet on the left, you have to know how to work it to get the shelf to open. The lock is broken. So I do need 2 new file cabinets. The glass protection screen, when our previous city administrator was with us, he had mentioned something about, do we have bulletproof glass in our lobbies? And I was no, but I did do some research, and there is bulletproof screening that you can put on the windows. You don't have to replace the windows, but it keeps them from just busting. It just puts them into little pieces, and it is protective on both sides. And then locate adequate space to hold in-person court hearings. Currently, the Supreme Court of Texas, as well as Office of Court Administrations, is not requiring that we do in-person court hearings. Even for trials, they prefer that we do trials, jury trials in person, but there's more specifics that are being worked out. But we do need to find adequate space to hold in-person hearings should they change that and require us to go back. 1 to 2 years, again, locate adequate space to accommodate court staff. I hope within the next, not by October beginning this next budget year, but October beginning the following, I'm hoping to hire at least a part-time 24 to 30 hour part-time clerk. So we do need space to house an extra person. We need to update audio and video equipment. I know that even in council meetings and P&Z meetings and Parks and Rec, there's one public microphone. It's wired, and you have to figure out how to use it, or take one of the council members. Josh, you were usually the one having to give up your microphone for the speaker on your end. I have done some research, and it's, gosh, it runs from $2,000 up to $8,000 for wireless mics, some wireless conference phones, things like that. So once we do get either back to in-person council or in-person court, we are going to need to update our audio video equipment and make it recordable. We need to purchase some security equipment. PD has wands and tasers, but the court needs to be able to provide. If a reserve officer comes in and doesn't have the stuff from PD, I need to be able to provide that security equipment to them. So I need to purchase at least one wand and one taser once we get back to in-person. I'm sorry, we need to hire a part-time court assistant. And then, of course, in the next 2 to 3 years, transition the part-time assistant to a full-time clerk, but that's down the road 3, possibly 4 years out. The hardware, some of the priorities is to upgrade our hardware and software. We are actually in process of doing the software. We've again secured a current software company. The things on the left, those are the more user-friendly things on the municipal court website. I need to be able to have a court record search. Currently, I don't. The deferred disposition driver safety course, those things I need to get the information and requirements uploaded for that. The forms, resolving your violation, warrant information, violation dismissals. So I just need to update our new website. It's amazing. I love all the pictures on all the departments, but I need to get mine up to date. The center part is our new software, and the right-hand side is our, that's our software, our hardware. These are the facilities for municipal court. That's a typical courtroom. It would be great if we had one that looked that beautiful, but at least just to have the judge's bench up in the front with a state's attorney's seat on the right-hand side and a witness seat on the left-hand side, and then adequate seating out in the audience for attendees. There's the picture of the bulletproof screen. It goes on both sides of the glass. It's just a film on both sides. And then when, if the bullet, heaven forbid that should ever happen, but should it, that's what it looks like if bullets do try to penetrate through it. And then on the right side is the locking file cabinets for the security of the court files. Audio video, again, just to purchase something that's recordable, wireless, hopefully. I was able to, and I was going to bring up the court security items that can be purchased through the courts. We have a court security fund. So those items can be purchased through that. The audio video can be purchased through the court technology funds. And the only time I believe that I've used the court technology funds was 2, maybe 3 years ago when I purchased the TV and the sound bar and speaker system for the community center. Those are currently up, and that has made council meetings and court dockets when we were doing in person, that made that much easier as well. These are some of the security items that are needed. The wand, again, PD has it. The taser, PD has it. Court needs it. We've had security cameras installed at the community center, so that's great. But if we do get back to in-person, if the municipal complex had been built, this is one of the things that we would need on the right, is one of those metal detection screening systems for council meetings or for court. Next.
That's it.
Oh, that's it. Cool. I have some really quick numbers I wanted to let you know. With COVID, this March has been an amazing income month. They say court's not set up for revenue, court's set up for compliance purposes in the city and to enforce state laws, city laws, and such. But there is income that is provided by the court. And I wanted to let you know what some of the numbers are. I went from 2018, 19, 20, and then current. 2018, I did that because I was very heavily focused on submitting as much backlog as I could. So the numbers were amazing. In 2018, there were 2,181 tickets written or violations written. The total financial income for that year was $343,700. There was a technology fund built up of $5,300 and a court security fund built up of $4,000. I issued 2,600 warrants in 2018. 516 of them were closed, and it left 3,100 open. Dispositions, 864 people paid theirs and just accepted a conviction. 306 were dismissed either by prosecutor or judge's recommendation. A total of 1,923 dispositions in 2018. And then omni-base holds, those are holds through the web FTA driver's license department that you cannot renew your license until a citation is resolved. It doesn't suspend it, it simply puts it on hold. You can't renew it until it's resolved. And there were 5,084 omni and collections total submitted in 2018. I have pet. I'm sorry. 2019, there were 1,900 violations written, 388,000 in income, 5,600 technology fund, 4,100 building security fund, just under 2,000 dispositions, and 1,300 driver license holds issued and 1,300 collections cases issued. In 2020, everything did go down quite a bit. In 2019, there were 1,900 citations issued. In 2020, there were 1,282. In 2019, there were 388,000 in financial income. In 2020, there was 338, so a $50,000 decrease. However, I did issue 980 warrants, and 2,096 of those were were resolved. 1,500 dispositions. And then thus far, January, February, and middle of March, there have been 180 violations issued, 86,000 in income just for the first 2.5 months. 174 warrants issued, 333 dispositions, and 226 collections or driver license holds issued. If the number of violations continue at the rate of approximately 200 over the next, it'll be approximately 800 violations issued for 2021. So that is down, but considering the financial status the last 1.5 years, 2 years, the court's holding steady, making progress, processing more, and I'm very proud of the state our court is in. And that's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Christy. That was good information. Council members, do you have any questions? Councilmember Majors.
Christy, I just wanted to say thank you, and just also thank you since to let you know that But you're a big asset to our community. You're always so kind whenever we call and go into the office. So thank you, since this is the first time that you're on our meeting. So have a good afternoon.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Mayor.
Yes, I just want to tell Christy the same thing that Ashley did. We are so proud of you.
Mayor, can you come closer?
Well, I'm trying. I'm really proud of you, Christy, and I remember how far you've come since 2015. I was fortunate enough to hire Christy, so maybe I did something right. So thank you, Christy.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if there, Councilmember McKay.
Yes, Cynthia, so on the AV equipment that Ms. Adams mentioned for the court, is that something that we've looked into maybe partnering for live streaming of the council meetings? Is that all going to be one set of equipment, or?
Yeah, we will look into that, and we could potentially, leverage dollars to go a little bit farther, because depending on, what happens, but for the foreseeable future, near term, we're going to need that, and we're going to be in the same room. Court is held in the same room as city council. So,
Right. And that was my goal for purchasing the current TV and the sound bar and cameras and such. I wanted it to be user friendly, not just for court, but I knew that council, I had spoken with previous Mayor Pittman DeCredico and told her what my plans were, and that I wanted absolutely to share it with any other board meeting, council.
Christy, we look like you're frozen.
She's holding very, very still.
Well, so we definitely can do that. I mean, it is dedicated funds, as she mentioned. There's a court security fund, and there's a court technology fund, but we do use the same facility, so it's definitely something that we can leverage. If there's no other questions, we're kind of running a little bit behind, and Christy's frozen for now. So it is 12:20. Do you want to come back at 1 o'clock, or do you want to take a full hour? 1? I see 1. Okay, so that's 40 minutes. I'm gonna stop the recording, and we'll start the recording back up when we return.
See you at 1. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, well, we do appreciate, staff does appreciate your attention and your investment in time on a Saturday. So thank you very much. I'm going to try to wrap this up and bring it home. Of course, it's right after lunch. So did you guys have Red Bull or coffee or something? Okay.
We thought you were delivering lunch to everybody.
What's that?
We thought you were delivering lunch to everybody on the company dime.
Yeah, there you go. I should have thought of that.
That'd be nice, Josh, but I don't think our budget could accept that.
My personal budget can't accept that.
Okay. All right, so just to continue on, I'm just going to cover a few items. I really tried to keep it light, since I know there's several really pressing demands and priorities for you all to consider. One of the things, we are looking at, and we've talked about in terms of building and development staffing, is looking at a building official, which would be in place of a third party, using a third party inspector. And that person could also double as a code compliance, and this would be a, a full-time employee. Right now, I mean, the range, is anywhere from 54 to 80 for a building official. I just wanted to put up some things on our budget regarding permits, plats, and et cetera. This is the revenue that comes in through some, growth, if you will. In 2019, 2020, we had budgeted 100,000 and the actual was 101. And then this year we budgeted 110. And we're on target as of the end of February to be fairly close to that. And again, that's the revenue coming in. When you look at the inspections, you can see in 2019, 2020, it was in the range, and these are expenses, so it was in the range of 24. And this is both our buildings inspections and our health inspections. The health inspections is a very small part of what this number is. So we're talking 2,000 to 3,000 is probably what our health inspections are. So this is primarily what we're paying for a third-party inspector. And so the budgeted is 24 and the actual was 25. And then in 2020, that budgeted amount is 40,000 and we're currently at 33. The other component of this is also our engineering that kind of goes into that. So that's it for, but I am not asking for that this year. I'm asking for that probably in the next year. And that when you look at Rolling V Ranch and when that's going to really start ramping it up. They are breaking dirt right now, but that's right now it's primarily getting that infrastructure in place. So they've said, and I haven't heard the latest, like in the last month, but they have been targeting the first of next year, probably to start breaking ground on actually building houses. So that's building and development. So we've heard a lot about economic development, and again, we're really looking at our comprehensive development plan and are we on track? Where have we been, what we've accomplished, and what we still need to accomplish. This is something that I think is, if you look at our comprehensive development plan, is really across the board as far as when it's mentioned and how it's mentioned and what areas it's mentioned. So it is one of the key projects that was identified in the comprehensive development plan. So what has been taking place so far is, P&Z has been doing a lot of work on updating the zoning ordinances, and we've been doing some work on the ordinances for development as well. What we really need to do is, one of the reasons why we started looking at a map of downtown, the downtown district, and shrinking that down, because when you look at the financial impact of laying that foundation to create an economic, a downtown district, you're looking at things like sidewalks, you're looking at things like landscaping, lighting, street signage, and things like that. So before we really get into, this is a process chart, before we really get into looking at development codes where we've got residences, historical residences, and we've got, businesses in that downtown area, we want to make sure that we're looking at the right area. So we're right sizing that area that we're going to begin to implement the development codes to create that vision of that downtown area. As you know, it was identified as a key project, so it's developed that downtown core as a unique civic, commercial, and retail hub. These are all, if you look down below, these are all the different goals that it lines out as far as economic development is concerned. So we're looking at downtown improvements, getting an economic development plan, strategic plan in place, looking at business incubators, implementing improvements to the main street in the downtown area, and preserving the historic areas to attract that business to the downtown area and create something that will be attractive to businesses that are coming in, and then of course to residents and people that want to visit those businesses. If we can get, you know, some restaurants and some coffee shops and some anchors in that area, we can begin to really see that area grow. So how I envision it, if you again look at the top, you know, we started on narrowing that focus for the downtown area so we could create the development codes. We did start, the Mayor Pro Tem was here and really kind of took the lead on that, on a business focus group. And we had some initial conversations with some of our local businesses. She had several conversations. I had a few as well. And that was in advance at that time for an actual business focus group. And we were planning on doing that virtual, but, you know, COVID kind of impacted that a little bit. I think we're coming out of that. So I think that that's something that we need to move forward with. I can foresee out of that. I know in her conversations and in my conversations, you know, looking at an economic development committee, which was also identified in that comprehensive development plan. And then of course the economic development plan itself could come out of that. And you can see all kinds of things that could happen. I mean, I mentioned a regional chamber. I definitely think, you know, a regional chamber where we could partner with our surrounding communities, Boyd and Aurora and New Fairview and Newark, would be beneficial for our area to give businesses an avenue to network and to really begin to connect with our residents here. So again, some of the initial feedback, and Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know if you just want to jump in here or not, but some of these are just some quotes that happened in the conversations. They were excited that Rhome is encouraging economic development through the business participation. And, you know, they're glad that we're laying a foundation with investment in planning and implementing the infrastructure needed to support business growth. So I do think there's support in our business community for this, and probably Elaine could speak more to that.
I can just tell you who I've visited with, and just tell you that it was a positive conversation. So I met with Raz, he owns a Shell station, and then the discount liquor across the street, and his son. And they were excited. They want to participate. Raz wants his son to get involved, and he's just graduated from college last year. But he was very excited that we were really looking at encouraging the businesses to talk to each other, that we were, you know, that they were going to have a voice in it. And he volunteered to be on the action committee. Another group that, or pair that I met with was the attorneys that are next door then to the old city hall. And they too were very pleased with that idea. They're willing to participate. They volunteered to be on the action committee. And then I met with the owner of the pharmacy. And he, at first he was a little suspect, but I think the pressure is on him more maybe than some of the other group. He needs, you know, he needs the business to keep his business viable and in our community. And so as we talked about economic development and what the long range plan had given us guidance, and how the surveys and things that people had sent in. And when I left there, he was going, thank you very much that you've at least gotten off the ground, where you are studying, you are researching, you are investigating how is the best approach. And basically he was saying, thank you for investing your time and your money in our business, because that's what we need, is for it to work. We talked, especially with Carter, we talked about the Main Street focus on the Main Street thoroughfare and hopefully business development. And of course, that was key for him because of where his location is. But he was very much in favor of all that, and they welcomed that news, and they all were willing to participate. And so that was the best news and the best conversations that we had. So that was early on in COVID. We met, we wore masks, and we sat across the room from each other at that time. But that was like late February, early March, and many things changed after that. But yeah, that's they've all agreed to be on the action committee to help brainstorm, help get that off the ground, and they're willing to be players.
Okay. Well, and I had talked to the owner of the hotel, and I had talked to Cindy Hurd. She owns some property there, so they're excited to get involved as well, and eager to see Rhome move forward towards those. So I think in talking with P&Z, and one of the things we've talked about at P&Z is having a workshop with both P&Z and council, just to kind of make sure that they're getting the feedback that they need from the council and the direction they need to continue down this path. Do we want to do a downtown district? Do we want to shrink it down to a Main Street? I think that those are some questions and direction that we're looking for in terms of economic development.
They all ask the question about if we focus on Main Street, that thoroughfare there, then their question was, well, how did TxDOT fit into that, and what would they allow us to do? And I told them that we were already in that investigative stage through the steering committee for the thoroughfare group, and that we were working with TxDOT. TxDOT is the big elephant in the room when it comes to Main Street, for sure. And told them we were talking to the railroad company, and involving them in all of that thoroughfare information. And I think that they were comforted by that we were actually already having conversation with those groups.
Well, and yes, and so we did address that in the master thoroughfare plan, and obviously we'll continue to have those conversations. There are some opportunities to, and this is farther down the road, depending on, how council chooses to proceed, but there are opportunities to take sections of road, TxDOT roadway offline. They call it taking it offline. There's pros and cons to that, because that means you take control of it and you're responsible for maintaining it. But that also means you have control of it. So, there's some pros and cons there. So just be thinking about, do we want to try to shrink it down and do more of a Main Street? We still do have BC Rhome. If you look at our land use plan and our zoning, the north side of BC Rhome is commercial, and the south side is retail. So that is, kind of a part of it as well. So not necessarily needing an answer today, but these are things we need to know to continue to move on down the road. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Eason?
Thank you, and well done, Elaine. Thank you, Cynthia. I've got a concern about the petition of 120 signatures that opposed a downtown district and this development that you're talking about. Because I mean, there was a lot of discussion of we don't want, multi-zoning of, both residential and retail. 120 people is a significant number, and I remember casting a vote saying, let's not do this. I mean, this many people say no. And I frankly, I've been listening to all the discussions earlier, and if we're going to be spending money, I see infrastructure, capital expenditures that we need to spend money on. I mean, maybe a few years down the road, but I don't see where we have money to be spending on economic development and trying to enhance Main Street and create a downtown district, because there 120 people were a lot of people. And they said no.
Well, I think, a couple of things. I think, first of all, when you are working with an entity like TxDOT, you better understand it's not going to move fast. They are going to dictate the speed. They're going to dictate what we can and can't do, and all of that kind of stuff. The idea of economic development is to assist our businesses on creating a working relationship with each other so that they can determine what their common needs and goals are. And it's not necessarily, if an economic development district is created, for example, it's not the city's business necessarily to make all of that happen independent of them, but rather to partner with them for the outcome that would be most beneficial. So it is a process. We haven't organized this on the economic development action group yet. That takes time to do that. And it's all exploratory, just like this conversation is exploratory. We have to look at what our possibilities are. The information that was given to that 100+ people, I think there was some confusion. I personally didn't hear the spill that went on over in that community, but I've been told by people who live over there that they said that the city was about to or could use eminent domain and take their property. I have absolutely no knowledge of any type of conversation along those lines with the city council or any of the planning, and I don't know that we even have the right to do that. I think we were talking in an area about people working together for a future cause. Certainly there was eminent domain was never a part of the package and isn't, in my mind, a part of the package today. So I think there was a lot of confusion. I think that there was not clarity on what was really asked to be done there. We don't have a map that is true to outline the area that was in discussion at that time. And so really what planning and zoning was trying to do was to define it and then get it mapped. Right now there's a line that says over there somewhere over in Crown Point. No street names, no survey. So where exactly is that line? Well, nobody knows because it is a map that doesn't have meets and bounds calls on it. So I think it was an effort for clarity, but I think it was misinterpreted what was actually going on there. So, but that's old business, and we're not talking about that today. I just would say, I don't know that petition would have bearing on economic development and getting our businesses to work together.
Well, and point well taken, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for sharing that. You know, one of the things we may consider, it is out there, and maybe we start, you know, at the business focus group level. And we, you know, from there, we maybe get that economic development committee together, get more people involved, get more input. And you know, just kind of develop that plan organically, and then kind of move forward from there instead of trying to, you know, start with that defined area. Let's get the business community involved and move forward from there. That might be you know, a strategy as well, so we can continue making progress. To Councilmember Eason's point, you know, there was significant participation in that, and so maybe we just need to get the business community involved, get some people involved from that area, and just move forward from there in planning it. And as he said, I mean, we do have some other areas that need to be addressed that do impact and prepare us for economic development, and that is our infrastructure. So that is definitely very effective in helping promote economic development as well. So maybe that's the you know, road we go down in the next year or two.
Well, I just want to say one last thing, and then I'll shut up about our business owners are astute. They know what they're doing. They know what they need. They're sharp. They're not afraid to invest their time and effort in their business, and then what will help their business. And so, you know, my take is they don't need me to tell them what it is they need for their businesses to survive, to thrive, and to encourage other complementary businesses to be around them. And so I think it's critical that we talk to them directly, we learn from them. And so I don't want to anticipate what they think or what their needs may be. I don't think that's our job. That's not my job, in my opinion. My job is to listen and learn from them. And I think that they are full of wisdom and good ideas.
Point taken. Councilmember Majors, I see a hand.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, Elaine, thank you so much for all of your input and going out and speaking to the businesses. As all of you know, I'm very passionate about Old Town and the development of our downtown, and especially the comprehensive development. I think that what we have and what we can do is very valuable to our community, especially with what we with the Atomic Ranch. And I don't know if Elaine, if what you saw from our councilman meeting the other day, that's huge for us. But what we can develop here, and just on First Street, if we do the old City Hall, and if we put up lights and old new street signs and everything down Main Street, and just for one, just clean it up, and you know, with the businesses and put in new businesses, that's huge. I think Sam, with the petition, I think that was more or less with changing the name possibly, and maybe if we hit it again, like with Tommy, that's I think maybe hitting it again, like what Cynthia said, going at it in a different way, maybe that could. It could, you know, with the lane, and it's a whole new year. Let's try it a different way. It helps. So it's you know, let's go at it. Let's see what we can do. Cynthia's here. It takes a whole new mission to see if we can get things done. So, I mean, we're all a new team. Let's work together. If we don't work together, we cannot get something done, but I'm all for this, and let's bring in new businesses, and let's help the current businesses that are a part of our community and help them grow. So, but I'm all
Thank you.
for this.
Thanks, Ashley.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so I mean, what I'm hearing is that maybe we just start that focus for now on, go ahead, I'm sorry, Councilmember Eason.
I was very much in favor of economic development for the downtown area. I thought that the Planning and Zoning Commission doing their work with trying to take that existing zoning overlay and making it to a smaller, more workable, usable size, and then just changing the zoning overlay name to downtown district. I thought that was a wonderful idea. I still think it would be a great idea to do economic development and enhance the, you know, create a downtown district zoning overlay. My problem is I recently went back and listened to some old recordings of council meetings, and Councilman Majors, I heard before you got on the council, you were making a citizen presentation and you were adamant that you were against the downtown district and you were against the overlay and you didn't want to resize and you didn't want to rename. You were adamant in that citizen presentation. Are you now just as adamant the other way? I mean, have you changed your mind?
I'm not in favor of changing to a downtown district. We're very, like, the neighbors are wanting to keep the name Old Town Rome. So no, I am not in favor of changing the name to downtown district. I think right now what we have of expanding, because if I would have to go back and look, but we've expanded, and I think it was prior to whenever I gained, prior to what me coming onto council, the boundaries are almost to 287. That we need to close it in to where it's a smaller area. So where we can, Tommy, please stop laughing at me. To where it's at a smaller area, to we have like the streets where, I mean, in the comprehensive plan here, where we have the little bike trails in the the food truck parks, and if we have the little tiny, like the tiny density homes and everything, what we see in the other, you know, the other communities that are going to, I mean, there's so much. I mean, we always go back to our neighbor communities, like what Justin just put into all of their development, what Roanoke has, what Northlake is doing to theirs, what Argyle's doing. I mean, there's so many other communities that we need to look what they're doing and put into ours. But no, I think if you go out and ask the residents that live in Old Town, they're going to do the same thing. I mean, so that, I mean, I think Old Town, keeping the name Old Town Rome, because Keller has their, Old Town Keller. Burleson has Old Town in their name. There's a few other ones. I don't have it with me. I didn't plan on doing it, but I have a long list that I did it and had like a list that kept Old Town in their name. But no, I'm not in favor for it because I listened to the residents. So, but
well, let me just interject and you know, let's focus on what we can do, and I think in that the name, it really was just a zoning overlay district name, so it wasn't proposing to rename Old Town Rome. But let's get away from the name, because I think that caused some issues. So
And can we stop using the term downtown district, period? Just stop using the term downtown district. Take it out of the comprehensive development plan, make no reference to anything called downtown district again.
And keep it away and just have it Old Town Rome District. That's it. Keep it that way, keep the citizens happy. That would be it. I mean, that's as simple as what if we ended on it. Don't use downtown.
If we're gonna worry about the name of what's Old Town Rome, then let's go ahead and define an area, and let's say that's Old Town Rome, and codify it and say forevermore.
Correct. Hey, you know what?
Because I know that zoning change, it was just the name of the zoning overlay, and it was not going to be renaming Old Town Rome. But that's fine. It's a misunderstanding on yours and everybody else's part, because it was just a zoning name change. But let's never use downtown district again.
Correct. Let's start off that way. That would be it. There was some other stuff in it, but let's move forward. That was the past. I'm tired of going back to the past. It's a new year, a new future. I'm on it. I'm here on council. Let's go forward. I'm tired of going to the past. You and I need to work together, and I think, you know what? We can make a lot of good. I'd love
to work together, but we need to communicate. Let's try communicating, which didn't happen last year, and I'm just trying to iron out the communication.
Hey, we're going to be best friends this year, so.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Come on, Sam.
Okay. So, Councilmember McCabe, go ahead. You're on mute.
There we go. I know you got a lot more slides going on. Can we kind of keep moving along, and then we have an agenda item for discussion? We can handle all that there, but if you have specific questions related to these slides, we can ask those questions. But can I ask for sake of time that we hold all discussion till that agenda item?
Okay, yes, happy to do that. So we will move on from there. The next item up, whoops, hold on a second. We're going to move into looking at our current budget right now. So when you look at, and I did send you all, this is on the website, as you all know, but I did send you a copy of the current budget. Currently, the assessed value is at 167. Our tax rate per 100 valuation is 0.477694. Our total budget, and that includes general funds and water wastewater, is 3.6 million. General fund is 2.5, and then the water wastewater, which is an enterprise fund, is 1.1. If you look at just the history of Rhome's tax rate, I think it's instructive to kind of look at that. This is back to 2002, so it was 63, it looks like, 64, and it's gone down, kind of plateaued a little bit, and then over the last several years, it's gone down quite a bit, and then it took a turn up last year. And of course, if you remember, that is the first year, first of all, COVID hit, that's one thing. So the appraised values really were flat last year. And then also that was the first year, as a reminder, that the tax freeze for over 65 and disabled, went into effect. So you saw some impact from those actions, which is good to give that benefit, but it does impact the revenue that the city collects in property taxes. When you look at a tax rate comparison, you can see that Rhome is fairly low across the board. So I think that's, people like to compare, okay, where we are in comparison to other people. And just like in the water, wastewater, sometimes it's an apples to orange comparison because people are bringing on capital improvements and different things at different times. They're at different stages in their growth, but certainly Rhome does have a fairly low tax rate in comparison. This is a graphic we put together. When you look at, somebody's looking at their tax bill, a lot of times people forget you're looking at that total number of $4,400, and it's like, oh my gosh, and people think of, you know, the city, you know, first a lot of times, but the average home price in Rhome right now is about 225. So we just use that average home price. You can see that basically the school district, and this is pretty much throughout Texas, right? The school district is going to take up the lion's share of that, of those taxes, and in this case, 74%. The city of Rhome represents about 24%, little over. And of course, the county is the lowest, and that is again normally the case, and they're just under 2% of the dollars that go to the county's budget for ad valorem. If you look at our current budget again, our revenue, where does it come from? Well, about 21% comes from property tax, 26% comes from sales tax. We've got 4% there in permits, fines and fees at 13%, court fines and other fees and fines, and franchise fees as well. Contracts and grants represent about 3%, and then water, wastewater, which again is that enterprise fund, is about 33%. And then when you look at the expenses, these are, again, just high-level snapshots. Administration is at 27%. Fire department is at 7%. PD is at 21%. Wastewater is 31%. Water wastewater, excuse me, 31%. Municipal court is about 7%. Parks registers at about 0. And then building and development, and that's streets, that includes our streets, and that's 7%. Our current staffing levels, you can see there, this is how many employees we have. Fire, this is just bodies, right? Total bodies. It doesn't, that's why I have the 2 part-time and the 1 part-time out to the side. So our fire department is part-time. Our part-time chief, he actually probably works full-time, I would venture to say, very close to it. Our police department has 9. Of that, 7 are full-time employees and 2 are part-time. Municipal court has 1, city administration has 4, and public works has 4. And if you look at this another way, just in percentage, the staffing levels, police represent about 48%, and city admin is 21%, municipal court is 5%, public works is 21%, and then the fire department, again, is 5%. These are the projected staffing needs over the next several years. So you can see that first grouping over the next several budget years is fire, and he, fire chief, talked about that earlier. Police have an officer there on theirs, and they had that request last year, but they're pushing it into this year, obviously, because it wasn't fulfilled last year. You heard from the municipal court. You see her too, that she's projecting not this year, but the next year and the next year. I've talked about the building official and code compliance, and that would be in the next budget session. Public works, talked about theirs, and they're listed here. So that, are there any other questions right now with on that? I don't see any hands. Okay, Mayor?
Yes, not to steal Ashley's thunder or anything, but I think it'll go a long, long way if we clean up Main Street. and we clean up all of Rome. And again, the ordinance officer is going to have a job to do, but people that are holding land and not cleaning it up, if they're notified, hey, you got to clean it up, maybe they will make progress to do something with that land, whether it be sell it or lease it or whatever. But I think cleaning up our town is our very first priority.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to kind of confirm a little bit about what the mayor just said. Terry went out and met with the group this morning that went out to, their effort was to clean, pick up the trash along Main Street. So Terry went out and he said that there were about 7 people that did that. And so I'm just going to throw this out here. This is just a brainstorm thing. I'm not saying that the city should do anything, the council should do, but it is a thought. Some of the problems that I see with enforcing the code in the older part of Rome is that I'm going to make an assumption that a lot of that property or many of those properties are owned by people who are maybe elderly and maybe they don't even live here anymore. Maybe they've had to leave to go be with their children or whatever. But sometimes code issues come up because the person is physically and sometimes monetarily not able to deal with what life has thrown their way. And so one of the things Terry and I've been talking about is, and I think he's willing to, work on that, on the volunteer side. I talk to you about alternative funding all the time and the value of volunteerism. And so Terry's and some other people I've talked with are willing to put together a community volunteer group so that if the code officer makes kind of a personal assessment that that code needs to be taken care of and they need to be in compliance, but yet that those individuals might have difficulty in making that happen because of their health or other issues, then those volunteers could go and assist with those challenges. So I'm just saying that's something that Terry and we came from a community where volunteerism got things done, and so I don't see as much of that here. And I think it's part of the division, and I think it's part of the healing that can be there. But Terry's willing to do that. So as we look at compliance issues, I do think that volunteerism can help us accomplish that.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's a great idea, and I will tell you, I just actually read a story. It wasn't a unified volunteerism committee like you're recommending, but it was that same sort of a thing in a local community where the code compliance officer had found some things. It was a veteran, and so got some volunteers together and went and addressed it. So I think that's an excellent idea, and that's certainly something that we could explore. Councilmember Majors, I know you had your hand up. You're muted.
There we go. Sorry. That was something I wanted to bring up to council now that the weather is starting to warm up. So I'm glad that you and I are kind of on the same page and can work together. Since I know that you and your husband like to plant flowers and everything. So I'm excited, especially to clean up Main Street and everything as well, because where I used to live as well had a beautification where the community as well all got out and helped clean up, neighborhoods. And there was also a different, something I wanted to bring up to council, and it was also about rental properties. And I think that might help clean up the downtown area. But I'll bring that up at a later date. But again, it would help us in the community.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Quickly, Elaine, prior to y'all moving to our wonderful town, we built our family park through a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant that was a 50-50. And don't trust me, I think our half was 60,000 or something like that. And through volunteerism, we didn't pay a thing because you're allowed to say you get so many hours with a heavy equipment, so many hours with a lawnmower. And the only thing that Tommy and company probably need to keep in mind, unless the laws have changed, if you already own the land, it doesn't count. If you are going to buy the land, then you can count that as some of your expenses. But I think we've got to get back to having things in our parks, keeping our town together, and getting volunteers that want those things to happen. And I think we'll see a big difference. Now, my 2 cents worth.
I just want to see everyone working together. I think it'd be great. So, and while we're on it, thank you. I can't wait to see you and your husband, all the flowers around the city hall. I love them. I can't wait for you to come over to my house. I don't have a green thumb. And I lost all of mine with the storm as well. So thank you, Elaine.
We're getting ready to do that. It just needs to be a little warmer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's good conversation. I'm gonna go ahead and continue on. We've got a few more, speaking of brainstorming, we're coming into our scenarios that I've just put. We've been talking about facilities for a while. We've been talking about some other needs. So what I've done is just put together some scenarios, and whoops, that's the wrong one. Hold on a second. That I want to share with you, and let's see, let me find that. Oh, here it is. So we've been talking about the facilities for quite some time, and these are, again, it's just brainstorming, throwing some things out there as a starting point for discussion, as far as some strategies for trying to address some facility issues. So what I've done, I've got like 3, maybe 4 scenarios, and what I've done is just broken them down into the buildings, year 1 through 5 and year 5 through 10. And again, this is just a starting point. I was debating on whether or not I should bring these, because these should not be in any way really interpreted as these are done deals. This is just discussion and brainstorming. So, and I know, council, you have ideas. Again, this is just kind of to prime the pump. So when we look at our buildings, we know that the 5 that we have, and that's the fire department, police department, public works, community center, senior building, and then the old city hall, is a little bit off to itself because it's not in use right now. We know it needs completely to be remodeled. The others are in use, and we do need to bring them up to code. So in the short term, years 1 through 5, looking at bringing them up to code and doing some cosmetic upgrades. And if you come down to the senior building, I know Elaine has thrown this out, so I'm just bringing it to the table. You know, bring that up to code, but also look at maybe potentially remodeling that for PD. PD used to be housed in the senior building. So that, and at that point, you would maybe sell the existing PD building. Old City Hall, a remodel to accommodate City Hall, and then in the future, you could house economic development or a regional chamber there to promote continued use of that area and that building as a historical fixture within Old Town Rome. So in the out years, looking at a municipal complex, keep the fire department there, but maybe there's going to be a substation in Rolling V Ranch. You heard the chief talking with the developers. Of course, we've been talking with Rolling V Ranch, and that is in our development agreement, as the city has first priority to provide police and fire to the district. So that's something. When you look at public works and you look at the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, we have some room there if we fill in some of the lagoons there to potentially move public works over to that area where they're maybe a little bit off to themselves there. And the community center, again, that would serve as the multi-purpose center. And the senior building, you know, that use would be in that multi-purpose center, which would be the community center. Again, with Rolling V Ranch for PD, you know, looking at a substation in Rolling V is a potential possibility. So those are things to be explored. So scenario 2 would be looking at fire, public works, community center, senior building, bringing them up to code, maybe doing some cosmetic upgrades. Fire department, as you know, needs some shower rooms and things of that nature. So looking at that, and this would include, when I say bring up to code, that does include the ADA items as well that we've talked about. This is an idea that Chief Love had on PD, was talking about remodeling the back bays to house PD. And house City Hall in the front. So that's, I think there'd be a few challenges there, but certainly something to look at. And then Old City Hall, maybe hold off on that for the first year 1 through 5. City Hall would remain, admin would remain in the where we are now. And then, you know, in years 5 to 10, you look at remodeling that Old City Hall. And again, mentioning the substation, I know that some of these are the same here in years 5 through 10. Next scenario 3. These are all variations. So really kind of the same thing on the fire, public works, community center, senior building, PD, bring them up to code, some cosmetic upgrades, City Hall, continuing the current lease, and go back to the idea of a one-stop shop in the out years, in years 5 through 10, coming back for that municipal complex. And then scenario 4 is really just going, and I know it was, it's just something to have on the table. It is a possibility, but the municipal complex, we do have the design. You could go back for a vote on that. You can't do a CO. You cannot do a certificate of obligations for that, but you could go back for GOs on that. And then in the out years, remodel the old City Hall. And again, house economic development. Maybe you do the business incubator, their chamber offices for there as well. So some of the assumptions for all of these facility scenarios, again, would be to bring each building up to code. It's going to be, this is estimated, but it's going to be, you know, and I've said this figure before, but, you know, 50 to 100,000 per building. Now, some buildings may take a little bit more, some buildings may take a little bit less. So just to have some numbers to deal with, you know, you're looking at maybe 500,000. Remodeling Old City Hall, I know we've had a lot of different numbers floating around, but I think you know, a realistic number is, it still needs, even though it looks like it's gutted, it still needs to be completely gutted. And that's going to take some, you know, the concrete that we would need for ADA would be an expense. And as a reminder, that was, a significant expense in the municipal complex as well, with all the concrete that was going to go into that project. And the municipal complex, of course, depending on when that might when or if, if it were in the out years, obviously the price would change. The benefit there is we do have the designs, they might have to be tweaked a little bit. So we do have John Martin with Hilltop Securities on the line with us. So John, thank you for your flexibility and the timing. I know we're running a little bit late, but so if we're looking at, and this could be certificates of obligation, it could be tax notes, it could be GOs, but for bringing the buildings up to code at 500,000, the city hall at $1 million, you have 500,000 in there for contingency. You're looking at $2 million for the 25-year term. The increased payment would be, 50,000. You've got, the temporary tax rate increase there, and the average monthly tax impact for an average 225 value home. So that's that slide. And then here is the potential debt from the ad valorem taxes to revote the municipal complex. Again, you're looking at, about 4.75, 25 years. The increased payment. Keep in mind the debt that we have right now. We're at about 4 million. 3.9 million current bond debt, and 2 of those are going to roll off. The 2016 and the 2017 bond will roll off in years 24 and 25. So the next couple of years could be tighter, but it would be doable. And then finally, the capital project for water, wastewater. Of course, this is a little bit different animal in that, currently we are looking at a, Texas Water Development Board. When we say funding, it's really a low interest rate loan. So you've seen these projects and looking at that. And this is again on the water, wastewater side. So this would be paid for out of the revenue, the water, wastewater revenue. So you're looking at approximately $3.7 million for that. He's got 2 different options there. One would be a 30-year term and one would be a 20-year term, and what that average annual payment for each of those would be. And what that percentage interest rate would be for both of them. So John, are you there? If you have any questions, council members, we do have John on the line.
Yes, ma'am. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Well, John, one thing I do know I think there's some confusion. So, and I know we addressed it last time when you and I've talked with Bob Dransfield as well, but you both were here at a recent council member meeting. But can you kind of talk to us about the difference between a general obligation bond, a certificate of obligation? I think there's some confusion about being able to go back out for a vote for the same project. And why that would be and when that would be. If it was a GO to a CO, that would be a problem, but a GO to a GO would not be.
Yeah, that's a good question, and it does tend to get confusing when you're talking about issuing COs versus GOs. And certificates of obligation, remember, are non-voted. That's non-voted debt, but it's subject to petition. We in Rhome are familiar with that because I think it was 2018, we attempted to for a certificate of obligation, and it did get petitioned, which means you have 2 choices. Either you have to go to the voters and allow the voters to vote on that CO. You can't just go issue it. It has to go before the voters, and that's a 5% current law, 5% registered qualified voters petition for the issuance. Then you have to go to the voters, and that's what we did. If you do not, you cannot come back and do that same issue for a 3-year period. When you issue general obligation bonds, when you go to the voters for general obligation bonds, like was done in this past November, and it's voted down, the voters had an opportunity to vote. So you can go back to the voters. As long as the voters are involved, you can go to them with whatever you want every 6 months. In May and November, every year, you can keep putting something before the voters no matter what it says. It just does not matter. It's the COs which are non-voted that you cannot, the idea is you can't circumvent the voters. So if they say, if you get a petition that says you can't do this without a vote, then you can't do it without a vote for 3 years. Does that help?
Okay, I see you shaking heads. So I think it does.
Okay.
Well, council members, I know I threw a lot at you. I threw a lot of different scenarios. You know, there's a lot of different ways you could, you know, slice the pie, I think. But again, that was just hopefully to start some conversation for you all on what you see as viable and how you would want to proceed on that. Are there any comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Mr. Martin, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just playing this scenario out. So let's say the council decides that they want to go back and basically submit the bond that we just went through and was defeated. And but at the same time, we would like to bring the Public Works Department their building up to better condition, and we would like to go ahead and remodel the old City Hall, and then maybe do some additional work in the fire department that wasn't on the original bond. Could all of that be lumped into one, or do separate buildings have to be separate bond requests, or how does that work?
In Texas cities, they have to, it's kind of by department, if you will. So if you had parks in one piece and public safety in another, you know, or administrative and those types of things, you can have a cafeteria plan and break out the ballot so by state law, or you can even further divide it within a department if you wanted to. So kind of give a buffet if you wanted to. But the trick is to your point, you know, we can go back to the voters again in November, for example. We'd have to call that bond election by, you'll remember, by mid-August to get on the November ballot and have all our ducks lined up by then as exactly what projects we would be financing. You can go back with the exact same proposition you had, or you can mix and match. One of the things that the city administrator and I spoke about, Cynthia and I spoke about, was, you know, the idea of if you wanted to do different type projects, could we do those? And they'd certainly have to be different than what we've put before the voters. So again, it doesn't look like we're circumventing them saying no back in November of 2020. So,
let's see, another question occurred to me. I was trying to think what that was. Well, I guess my question arises from the request for bonds that the independent school district made, and they broke things out in 4 different categories.
Right.
And of
Schools
course,
and cities are different.
right, and so of course they were all defeated, so it didn't really make any difference.
Right.
But you know, I just think that we've got a huge investment in the old school building already. We have 2 buildings that that my interpretation is that are in the dry, and that's the old city hall and the old school, and we have nobody living there. And the rest of them have roof leaks. So, you know, I just hate for the investment that we spent for put the new roof on the old school, the money that we spent for inspections and you know, determining the condition of that building, then for the design phase and all of that kind of stuff, all of that money that we've invested, that you know, we don't have to lose that. And
Right.
And so I was just wondering about that. But I think it's also important that we look at the old city hall. I think it's valuable. I think it's a part of Rome that's important, and I think there's a use for it. And so I just wanted to see, but we need to do a little bit more work on the fire department than maybe we had thought. And then I think that it turned out that Public Works building needed a little more help than maybe we knew too. And if we could get in one swoop, get our buildings up to code and compliance, oh my gosh. I mean, that would help us wipe away our neglect for decades. And
Can I follow up on one thing that I want to make sure everybody's really clear on? And Cynthia mentioned it when she was going through those numbers of what the potential tax rate increase might be on different size, different pieces of debt. It's really important that everybody understands that you have ad valorem tax debt rolling off significantly in the next 3 years. So if you were to vote and come back, go back to the voters, this is a temporary, it's painful, if you will. There's a tax rate increase for only 3 years. Then it goes back to at or below levels that they are today because of all the set debt going on. So it's a, you know, you can do it now and have a you know, little pain for, and it's not really bad for 3 years, but it's only 3 years, and then everything goes back off. Now, you wait for 3 years, obviously, we all know that inflationary comes in and costs go up and that sort of thing. So that same project's going to cost a lot more 3 years from now. And sounds like, you know, you've got some issues that have been already deferred so much that you put them off so long that I don't know how much more longer you can put them off. So anyway, just want to make sure everybody understood that 3-year window there, that is you're in a very good position there.
John, just thinking outside the box. On one of the bonds, could you purchase land, and then if we want, just thinking outside the box, could we purchase land and then build something? Or would we have to already have land and then to build something if we wanted to?
No, and you know, kind of going back to what the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about with the schools. Think about schools, especially high growth schools like Northwest ISD that you all feed to. They're buying land all the time with bond proceeds, and you know, a lot of times you don't necessarily have to identify where that land is. You can set aside some dollars, and the rules are you have 3 years to spend that. So if you set aside, you know, let's throw out a number, $500,000. I don't know what you're talking about for the purchase of property at some point in time. You know, you'd have 3 years to spend that those bond proceeds on that project. But you don't have to identify where it is or what it's for.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
The reason that you don't want to identify where it is because you don't want to start getting into the confidentiality of real estate wars, right? So all of a sudden, but you tell everybody that we're going to buy the southwest corner of here and here, and guess what? It's going to flip the next week, and somebody's going to gouge you on that price.
Correct. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Council members, are there any other questions right now for John? Before we let him go, Councilmember Eason?
You're muted, Mr. Eason.
Thank you, sir. I was listening earlier to all of the needs of our various departments. And one of the things that struck me is the need for capital equipment purchases. The fire department needing a new brush truck. I didn't start taking notes until I got to the public works, because public works really impressed me with they're in desperate need of a backhoe and a dump truck and a work truck. And then I started thinking, okay, let's go back to the police department and their top need, and the fire department and its top needs. And then listening to the discussion on road repairs, because since I've been in Rome, everybody's talked about how much we need to repair the roads. Okay, I mean, it's been an issue for years. I don't even know how many years. It's just been an issue. And then we talked about the parks and recreation capital projects. I was really just, again, as long as we're brainstorming, I was thinking that we perhaps may want to go in November to the voters with 4 potential bonds. One for a municipal complex, and because I loved how Elaine described it of, I just say municipal complex, but yes, it includes the old school. It includes bringing the fire department up to code and public works up to code and refurbishing the old city hall as one bond, maybe another bond for capital equipment, then another bond for road repairs, and then a 4th bond for parks and recreation capital projects, something to get us 4 or 5, maybe 6 years down the road on parks and rec development. Now you add all those up and we're talking a huge chunk of money. Okay. But the thing is, if we were to go in with 4 bonds, it would allow our citizens to decide if they believe that we need to have their buildings up to code and we need to improve things, facilities wise, they can vote on it or vote against it. But as Elaine was describing, that would be one fell swoop to get all those issues taken care of. Where capital equipment, again, they can decide, do we need to be able to do this? The road repairs, if that's what they decide is the most important and that's the only thing they want to pass, then that's all that gets passed. I don't know, I'm just, like I said, I was just brainstorming as I was listening to all those needs, but it was all very impressive. I mean, everyone impressed me with, there are great needs that this city has. Every department, every building, we have great needs. I don't think that we can, especially after the municipal complex bond got voted down in November, I don't think we should entertain anything that doesn't go to the voters. Okay, any type of loan that we get, I think has to go to the voters. I'm done.
One thing to think about when you're financing equipment is the life expectancy of the asset. So you'll want to think about, whenever if we're doing streets, those are probably not going to last 20 years. If you're doing buildings, certainly 20, 25 years, you're good. But equipment, when you're replenishing a police or fire fleet or something like that, that's a much shorter term deal. And the state law does allow us, and this, not that I'm suggesting this, but just to make you aware, does allow for cities and counties to issue what are called tax notes. And tax notes they're similar to COs in that they are not voted, but they have a 7-year maturity limitation. So you have to do that. So they gave us the ability to do that for exactly some of the things you guys are talking about with, police and fire. We do a lot of, expensive ladder trucks and things like that are $2 million pieces of equipment that most cities don't just have laying around. So they'll borrow it on a 7-year tax note deal. And it's a lot cheaper than doing a lease purchase as well. So just not to further muddying the waters, I'm sure, for you all, but just want to make sure that all the options are out there. There's a lot for you guys to consider.
Well, that's good information. Council, I know it's we've thrown a lot of information at you today. And so there's a lot to consider. If there's, are there any other questions at this point? Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I don't have any question, but I do want to comment that I don't know about everybody else, but this was a fabulous thing to do. To see all of the needs, to have some constructive conversation, to have clarification on from Chris and from Mr. Martin to help us to understand the financial aspects of what we can do, what we can't do. Where do we need to be biting the bullet and understand that we can't make the mistakes of 30 years past. We have to deal with maintenance before it becomes a true, honest to God, critical mass thing to deal with. And for us to invest in ourselves to recover from some of these long put off things that have happened, like I said, we shouldn't focus on blame. We should focus on our opportunity to resolve them. It may be tough for about 3 years, but we can do this, and I know we can do it. And after listening to Mr. Martin, but all of this came together, Cynthia, because of you. Your presentation abilities to get the right people to talk to us, to put comprehensive information in front of us. I just really appreciate it, and I thank you very much.
Of course. Of course. Mayor.
Yes, just a quick question. John, you said the date for an application, should we go for 4 or 90 bonds, is to be on the November ballot. What did you say that date was?
It's mid-August.
Mid-August, okay. And Cynthia, I think we should, in my opinion, and I don't get a vote, but I think we should look at what he's saying, that we might want to chunk this up into 4 bonds. And like Sam was mentioning, let the citizens decide if they want 4 bonds, if they want none, or somewhere in between. And then we'll know where we are. We're in a world of hurt financially to move forward at all. So my recommendation is, and the council will have to make their own, is we look at a November bond election. That's my 2 cents worth.
Oh, okay. Well, and that's, yes, I mean, I think Councilmember Eason, had a good idea. I think breaking it up, letting the voters decide is certainly a good strategy. So if what I'm hearing, is everybody pretty much in agreement? Because we can start working with them to try to get those different, identify the equipment, the road repairs. I mean, really come back and say, okay, here's for 1, 2, 3, and 4, what that actually looks like, and see if we can start that conversation there with staff bringing some of those things back to you of what each of those bonds would actually look like.
Well, and I think staff did an excellent job. Of course, they're all buying for money, so that's their incentive. But in all seriousness, they did an excellent job in presenting their needs.
Mayor, we can't hear you.
Okay, the staff did an excellent job in trying to get more money out of all of us and also laying out what their needs are. And I think thanks to them for whatever we end up doing.
But I'm in favor of going for bonds for each. Sorry. I'm in favor for, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm in favor for each department, for the roads, for new buildings. Even if it's for buying even if it's for buying land across the board, whatever working, if we have to meet again, for us, not on a city council night, for another Saturday morning or another evening just to talk about bonds. I'm all in favor, but thank you again. And thank you, John. We look forward to working with you in the future, but we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, John. I do appreciate your time on a Saturday.
Thank you. It got me out of some of my honeydews today. So thank you for that. Thank you for having me, and feel free to let me know if y'all have any follow-up questions to just get with Cynthia. She knows where to find me.
All righty. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Have a good day. So council, so some of the next steps, just I think we've gotten some feedback from you, so I think staff is really going to appreciate that. And just so you know, Wise County, we will on the next agenda have the budget schedule at the next council meeting. Wise County does come with their preliminary assessed values April 30th. And what I did here definitively was that we'll put the water rate on the agenda for discussion and any necessary action on that. And that's the concrete information I think we're taking away today. Is that accurate? Is there anything we've missed? Councilmember McCabe.
Did we skip over the council discussion and go to the next steps? Just curious.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did we kind of skip over the council discussion, feedback, and direction and move on to next steps?
Oh, no, we can continue discussing. I have this right here. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So my only thought is that we kind of went into depth on a lot of things, but we really just glanced over the survey. And I'm afraid if we don't go into a little bit of depth on the survey, that the people that spent the time doing that are going to feel that we didn't listen, or that we somewhat alienated them by not providing any types of answers or how we're going to fix things, or I know some of those items we're already working on and we can explain what we're doing. But then there's some things that I think that they deserve some sort of discussion and some sort of direction on as well. So if we can maybe look at that survey a little more in depth.
So are you wanting it to be an agenda item in the future? Are you wanting to do that now?
Well, I think we're already here. I think that's kind of something that it may take up more time on future agenda items.
Just go over
I
it
mean,
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can go over it now, go a little more in depth. So like, I know some of the things like the water issues that people are having. I know we can speak to that because of the things that we're doing. You just, one of the things was negativity, but I mean, that could be a lot of things. What exactly did people say according to negativity so we could address those? There are things like the roads that we're obviously working on with the master plan. I feel like some answers we can give out now, but there's a couple of things we need to discuss more in depth.
Well, and yes, I mean, I think that's a great idea. So I'm pulling up that survey again. I'm going back to the one question. And I think, you know, really the council is generally going down the right path. But when you look at the level of satisfaction with the following infrastructure, you can see from here that the wastewater is, you know, an area where they want improvement. You can see the street maintenance. The green, remember, is extremely dissatisfied. So you can see the city facilities is there, the street maintenance, and parks to a less degree, traffic and mobility, and that's speaking mainly of traffic, so it's not the infrastructure of the roads. And then drainage. So I think if you look at this first side, these are the areas, and you know, those are actually the areas you all are discussing. So I think the council is on track with what citizens are looking for, unless somebody has a different interpretation than I do, and that's entirely possible.
Can you go to the slide that's showing our top 3 weaknesses and strengths and whatnot?
Okay.
Does any council member have, if they have talked to somebody about the water sewer, what are some of their issues that we can be able to pinpoint those concerns? I see that there's one of their issues, but what is it that is their concern?
Right, because you know, like he's saying, you just put water up here. What were people saying about the water that are the issues? Along with the roads, drainage, and negativity. These are kind of high-level overviews, and I know you kind of summarized some stuff. What were some of the things that people were saying about it?
Well, I did present you all, and I know you probably haven't had a chance to go through it because there's 27 pages. So I would encourage you all to go through that because they do talk about these. What I tried to do was condense it on these slides, definitely condensed it. So the comments that they made, you all have. And I'm sure, you got them yesterday, so it's going to take a little bit to kind of read through there and digest those. You all did get those, right?
Yes. Cynthia?
Yes.
I just have a general comment to make about that. I read the 27 pages. And so water is on everybody's mind in 2 phases. One was, to be honest, over here in Chisholm, they felt like they were going to be the stepchild if we had to actually go into a boil situation, that we were going to get the bad water. And so I think there's some concern about understanding how the water system works, what it is that we are working on, which Sean has already talked to us about today. And then, of course, there is always the concern about the quality of the water, because I believe, again, a lot of it is not understanding exactly where those numbers come from, when they come, how long they last, all that kind of stuff. I think the majority of the dissatisfaction comes from lack of knowledge and understanding. And so as we talk about the things that they're unhappy about, especially as we work forward to resolving some of these things to do with our bonds and all that kind of stuff, I don't know the answer. I don't know how to best get with people and contact them. Social media, there's a lot of people who do not like computers. They don't know how to operate them. They don't want to do that. I still believe paper is one of the best. But clarity in response to the things that they pointed out with an update. Now, you're going to be doing the newsletter on a quarterly basis. Maybe that's where you say, this is what the city council has done, and this is what the city council plans to do with the water. This is what we're working on. Same thing with roads and drainage. Maybe we say there will be a November bond to initiate a road repair program in the city of Rome. That kind of thing. But I do think that part of it is being able to respond back to the populace that gave us those concerns and bring them up to speed on what we've done and what we're planning to do. I think that there's a lot of, I don't mean this to be a mean word, but I just think there's a lot of ignorance. And not everybody listens to the city council meetings.
Well, yes, and that's excellent suggestion, and certainly one was going to go down that road. I think it's multi-pronged, so definitely want to let people know what the results were of the survey. Number one, as you said, take advantage of the opportunities of the newsletter. I think, having some, videos, the Did You Know series that we had envisioned early on, taking more opportunity to post those on YouTube. And actually, I've already thought about Chris, his shortened version of this meeting today. He gave, a 15-minute overview of the water, sewer rates, and so cutting that out of this video and putting that by itself so people don't have to wade through a 6-hour long video to see that presentation, and putting that on our YouTube channel. So we're definitely open to ideas and want to pursue more of the communication that even Councilmember Eason mentioned earlier, helping people understand and communicate what's going on and what some of the issues are and some of the decisions that council is faced with. So, yes.
Sean, I think looking at the water and reading some of the comments, I know prior that the water used to smell like bleach when it used to come out of the faucet, so that could be it. I don't know recently to what the water issue could be in the last 6 months. There's a lot of it, talk about the wastewater treatment plants. There's so many other things, but it can go on and on, but that's, could be one of the many things. So I'm just being lighthearted to say that. So, but there's so many things with the water. We've gone over water issues earlier, but I'm being lighthearted to say that. roads, I mean, we've gone over roads, and negativity, there's so much negativity in this community, as well as Facebook. It is embarrassing, that of what is said on Facebook and everything. I just can't get over it. Code enforcement, I'm looking at the code enforcement, the dilapidated buildings, which I've spoke on numerous times, in the eyesores, and then it says, code compliance.
Councilmember May, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Not facing the mic, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I scooted back just to read. So I apologize. So I was reading on there about the code compliance. It says people not taking care of their homes and in their neighborhoods. So that is what the negativity. So it's things that I say is in Old Town and the areas is just, that we're not enforcing. We're not enforcing, the mattresses in the front yards, and certain other things. So it's just, I think that our code enforcement officer, it needs more than 10 hours. So that's something we need to look into, and, at budget, that we need an actual code compliance officer. Is it more than 10 hours, maybe 20 hours that is, doing, going around and looking and doing more than just the high grass. So, but, that's, all that I have to say. So.
Well, one of the challenges, I will just share this with code compliance. What we have to remember is, we're in a transition of growth. And so when code goes and does do what he does, I mean, he's proactive and he's reactive. Obviously, with 10 hours, he can't do a lot of proactive work, but he does because he's driving around. But remember that we have to address it across the board, right? It's got to be equally across the board. But so when a lot of times what we hear, and Sean can probably speak to this, but I hear from people quite a bit is, well, I've always been able to do this. And so that there's going to be some conflict and some transition as we begin to get more active in that. And he's got to be able to have the support of the council to go forward and continue to, identify these areas and these challenges. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, with 10 hours, unless we're looking at increasing that anytime, you're not going to be able to address all the issues in the community at any given time. It's a process, and you just have to consistently and effectively move forward in that and support code as they do that.
I agree with you, Cynthia. And we just can't just after 1 week, just go and give everyone a citation. And like Elaine and I were speaking prior, is maybe doing a community cleanup and helping homeowners and going around and helping them clean up. And, we maybe need to do, proactive measure, proactive approach to it first. So, there's ways around it, but I think, again, we need to help the code enforcement. We need to get more than 10 hours. But right now, I know he's pulled, 5 different ways by trying, doing his first job, which is public works, and then trying to do a second job, which is code enforcement officer. But
well, and that's, we're coming into the budget. This is all, in preparation to get direction on how you want to move forward. And of course, it all of it, we've heard all the needs, so they're all there. And it's a hard thing to prioritize all this. So we're definitely open to however you all want to direct us in moving forward. Mayor? Yeah.
Josh was next.
So, Ms. Majors, you hit it ahead with the negativity. It is embarrassing to the city, the amount of negativity that goes on around here. And a lot of what I read in that survey is that the residents of this town have a lack of trust in the leadership here. And a couple leaders were mentioned several times in that. And I think that we need to discuss this as a group and find out a way to overcome that trust issues and move forward together so that we can work together. But from what I read in that survey, there's a serious lack of trust in the leadership in this town.
Mayor's, you're muted, yeah.
Okay, we're trying to get me unmuted.
We can't hear you. Can you come closer?
Maybe. Is this better? Is this better?
No, towards the middle, I think, is where the mic is.
Okay, well, we're fine. I think Josh is very on target. I personally have looked at that, Josh, and I think that half of it was probably aimed at me or more. And what's even worse, the aiming was in years past. And I think we've got to let years past go, start with today and go forward. And it's going to take all of us. It can't just take every other one. And I agree, with that. I just think we've got to go forward some way. And if it means quit doing social media, that may be an answer. We can't tell anybody to quit social media. We can just make it where they might want to. That's basically what I have.
While we're talking about this, since someone brought it up, I wasn't asleep. I had a seizure. So someone on this lack of trust, I'm sorry. People in this town are evil. It's not a lack of trust. I had a seizure and someone wants to make fun of me. The negativity has to stop. Stop. I mean, beyond. Enough is enough. So go ahead, Josh. What else do you have to say? Yes.
Well, I didn't address any of that towards you, so I never mentioned your name.
No, but you said that.
But
so what else is it?
I never once addressed you. So, Mayor, you said that people are directing this at you in the past, but there were several issues directed towards you in the previous weeks, such as being up at City Hall a lot, and that they are having harassed by you, things like that. They're saying this is in previous weeks. So, I mean, if you have a reasoning behind that, I would love to hear it. I think why I'm bringing it up is that people deserve the right to answer to some of these questions. They did the survey. We can't just not answer these questions.
Mayor, there you go.
Okay, I see what Josh is saying, but one thing, and we don't know that all the people that filled out the survey actually lived in Rome. We don't know if they had truth behind what they put in there or if they heard their neighbors say that. Now, one of the very first meetings we had, Sam Eason set the theater, if you will, saying he didn't trust me and that we had history. I certainly don't agree with that, but I really don't agree with him making a public comment that way. there have been other public comments. And some of the things that are on there, I had someone that's actually referred to my parents, and I won't go into the detail. I know who it was, and she has got a problem she's never been able to deal with. And so, hey, my parents have been dead for 20 plus years. So, you know, there's just too much hate. And I think as a council, we can defend our city and have a good city. But if we believe social media and actually comment on it, we are just fanning the flames. And, you know, like I say, if there's one specific thing that Cynthia wants to ask me, one of you guys do, like going to City Hall too often. I don't think that has anything to do with it. If I'm lucky, I may stick my head in for 30 minutes once a day. Certainly, I do not disturb the staff. Cynthia is the lucky one. She gets my questions or whatever. So most of that stuff on there, and if it is true, I need to fix it. So, you know how to reach me. That's all I'm going to say.
And Josh, I hope that, no, hold on just a second, Sam. I hope, Josh, with the questions, this is not how a council meeting should end. When we were so productive today that you feel like you should ask the questions to be brought up, when I was so embarrassed by I can't even talk, I'm so upset. This is not the way that a council should be conducted. You should have asked in another way. So enough is enough. Y'all are so mean.
Okay, so I think there is negativity in the community. I think it's just, I'm just going to say this. I think it's just up to each of us to take, to be responsible for ourselves, to take positive steps forward, to watch what we say. I think we've all grown up in the age where our parents told us, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it. So, the negativity is here, and we can't necessarily ignore it, but what we can each do is take our own part to be positive, to focus on, try to find things we can agree on, and try to move forward with the business of the city. Councilmember Easton, I did see your hand up. Did you have something?
Thank you, Cynthia. Joanne, specifically, you called me out. On your first meeting as mayor, I did say that we had trust issues and a history, but I was not allowed, because I got interrupted, I got stopped. I was not allowed to finish with, we need to address those trust issues so that we can resolve them. That's where I was going that night. But yet I jumped on immediately for just trying to address, we have an issue. Let's get the issue resolved. And I'm still in favor of, we can try to resolve this issue. I'm all in favor.
Do we
I think you're up, Cynthia.
have? Okay. Well, so I don't know if you want me to continue. This was the top 2 weaknesses or areas for improvement. Again, I'm just going to come back to, I think we are on the right track, and you all received a lot of information on the water, wastewater, the roads, drainage, code enforcement. We hear that. Economic development, I think there's some positive things, direction there. opportunities to pursue over the next, kind of the same thing, really. These are some opportunities that we can pursue, and that's our roads, economic development, looking for ways to bring unity. There you go. So looking for ways to bring unity. The challenges and the threats, again, the negativity would be one. And I think it's every citizen's responsibility and our responsibility to just be focused on the business of running the city. And infrastructure, we've talked a lot about that, the roads, the water, the wastewater. So I think I've heard a lot of direction, or some, direction from the council already in terms of where you all want to go. So staff will certainly try to go back and repackage some of these things to meet those requests that we've heard in growth. I think what I'm hearing from it is manage growth. So we do have growth, we've got to manage it. And capitalize on those things that people value with the small town feel, but recognizing that growth is coming. So it's really how we address that growth and going forward. And I think we've got some good foundations out of this workshop. So I know it's been a lot of time for you guys today. So we do appreciate that. You guys are, investing your time, and the council has been investing your time for many years. Many of you have been involved. So thank you for your time today. Is there any other questions or direction that we need to know from you all? Any other questions you have? Any other items you'd like to share? No, hearing none. Okay. Well, the day's still young, right? It's 3 o'clock. Are we on time? We are on time. 2:55. Okay. Well, again, we appreciate your time, and I'm very appreciative of all the staff members. Some of them are still on here, so thank you all for the work you've done thus far, and our work is just beginning. We will definitely be coming back to you as we've discussed, and getting more direction. And if there's nothing else, we will adjourn. And Mayor, do you want to adjourn us formally?
And to unmute, but thank everybody. Very, very good exchange. And now we will adjourn if I hear a motion. Does nobody want? Okay, and in a second. Okay, and a vote. We're all in for it. So let's go home. Thank you.
You don't need a roll call?
Everybody motioned to say we're for it, Sam. Do you want to go back? You want to keep us longer and go back to a roll call?
We technically do not need a motion to adjourn.
Right. So we're going home. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.